Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone had a restful evening and night. So we did get PCE data, core PCE data coming out a few minutes ago. It did pump the markets up as yields in the dollar have softened. Core PCE coming in line with expectations, 2.9% year over year, 0.2% month over month. So no real changes or surprises to the market. Personal spending did increase both month over month for August as well as personal income. Personal income up 0.4 versus 0.3 expectation. Personal spending up 0.6 versus 0.5 consensus. That's pretty much the data until the market opens. The next data set that we will have is at 10 a.m. We have the Michigan 1 and 5-year inflation expectations, as well as we have the Michigan consumer sentiment. So those can be market moving, those two data sets, and for a couple reasons. We've heard Powell mention that there's likely going to be a little bit more of an inflationary uptick in the near term, but he says it's going to be a one-off because of tariffs. Last night, you had a flurry of activity by POTUS, President of the United States Trump, announcing quite a few more tariffs across the board. Good morning, YS. But nevertheless, the market is taking it fairly well right now. If we look at ES, you can see ES is getting a little bit of an uptick right now on the back of that data. You look at SPY. SPY had a nice fat candle to the upside. And the interesting thing about the S&P gapping up right now is what type of pattern is it triggering off of yesterday? An inverse head and shoulders right into a gap fill zone. So the market's looking structurally a little bit better today. We obviously again have to continue to watch this dollar. This dollar is still remarkably bullish right now, even with the small dip. It's just getting bid up. It's looking like a nice hourly chart bull flag is forming. So I still think the Dixie can push quite a bit higher today. Simultaneously, we got to watch crude oil. Crude oil did have a daily chart breakout yesterday, so that could apply quite a bit more pressure to the overall S&P 500. We're going to go over some individual names. I'm just going to scan the market through some headlines. There is some headlines around Boeing. Boeing catching some news. Boeing is pushing up a little bit on the back of a report suggesting that the FAA is expected to grant the company the ability to perform final safety checks on its 737 MAX. So nice little headline there for BA. We got some news from Jim Cramer. Jim Cramer said he likes Dutch Bros. You know, I've been looking at this stock to go long, but I hate when Jim Cramer wants to go long because it usually means a bit of a kiss of the death. He also said American Bitcoin Corp, ABTC, is a complete and total spec. Interestingly enough, this is where they should try to defend ABTC if it were to get a pop. You can see it's testing that nice little trend line. Since we're discussing ABTC, looking at crypto, Bitcoin had that big daily chart breakdown yesterday, finding a little bit of support. I still think it can go down there. Nevertheless, we did exit the entire crypto BTC short. We also took profits on our Ethereum short yesterday. It's finding a little bit of support. You saw crypto stocks got absolutely creamed yesterday. Looking at MSTR, a nasty daily chart breakdown. Nevertheless, I still think I'm watching this one actually for a long accumulation. I was hoping for a little bit more flush down on crypto stocks, but or the actual underlying commodity, but we'll see if that wants to catch a bit of a bid. But I am looking at MSTR options, call options, so we'll see how that one wants to shake and move this morning. All right, before we jump into some other things, let me just scan here, see what else is moving here across headlines, see if there's any actual catalyst trades. Uh, Tesla news, nope, nothing there. Let's just quickly scroll through here. Eli Lilly Company announces official opening of its newest Lilly Gateway lab site in San Diego. Let's look at Lilly. Lilly gapping up just a little bit, obviously under pressure. Canada GDP rises. Yep. Furniture, home furnishing stocks rattled by Trump's tariffs. So obviously Trump announced a whole bunch of new tariffs last night. Ticker W under a little bit of pressure. RH gapping down this morning. WSM also under a little bit of pressure. So those look like they could be a potential short the pop type of day for those tickers. Obviously they are rattled by certain tariff announcements. All right. So I'll post that in the free Telegram chat there. You can look at those tickers, but they are under pressure. It does look like some of these stocks could be a potential short. A name like RH right now is gapping down. Chart's not looking too hot right now. I think at minimum you're probably going to come into this gap fill. But honestly, RH could easily want to sweep this volume zone here, this little pivot here. I think we could see a liquidity sweep of that area. That would be actually really nice to see. So we'll keep RH on watch. It does trade quite a bit of volume for us to trade. It did hit a low of around 194 bouncing, so there's still about $10 off of the lows. So watch those furnishing stocks. They're certainly showing some weakness across the board today. Let's look at some other headlines here. That's your PCE, consumer spending. Yep. Baxter is the first manufacturer to achieve gold resiliency badge for IV solutions. Let's look at BAX. Funny enough, I was actually looking at this for a long yesterday. Getting extremely, absolutely crushed on the daily and weekly chart. I was hoping for one more little move to the downside, but we'll see if that wants to catch a bit of a bid. It is getting pretty technically oversold down here on the larger time frame. But like I said, I was hoping for one more down move. But we'll see if it wants to catch a bit of a bid. Alexandria Real Estate Equity strategically partners with Lilly and newest Lilly. So ARE, that's a big partnership for ARE. Partnering with Eli Lilly on their newest Gateway Labs at one of Alexandria Square mega campus in San Diego. So big partnership for them. Okay, that's MicroStrategy News. We all know that. Verve Capital reported a 9.9% passive stake in Vor Biopharma. Let's look at this Vor. Okay, interesting. That's nothing. That's nothing. Boeing, we already discussed Boeing. Sanofi US expands insulin. Let's look at SNY. Also absolutely crushed down here at the lows. Coming under a bit of pressure. Interesting. All right, let's keep going. Pony AI receives permit from Dubai's Road and Transport Authority to begin autonomous driving trials in the Emirates. Let's look at PONY AI. China ADR has been on an absolute tear recently. Pony AI could be a runner here. That is some positive news for Pony AI. Interesting. So that's gapping up just a little bit. City upgrades Riot platforms, buy target 24. Meta has discussion with Google's about using Gemini. Let's look at Meta quickly in Google. Yeah, Meta is into a nice technical support area. Google has just been remarkably strong, continues to see a buy the dip mentality. You do have weakness in IREN today, so a little bit of those high performance crypto computing. IREN is under quite a bit of pressure. Obviously, yesterday you did see, what was it, TerraWolf gap down a little bit, about announcing a bit of a debt offering. Rebounded quite nicely though. Let's just look at our other names here. Cypher. Sorry, it was Cypher that had a really nasty move down on the back of a debt offering. Yeah, and they can see that there's a bit more follow through. So we'll see if that cipher mining weakness from yesterday spills into some of these other high performance crypto computing stocks. Mara obviously got dusted. Yeah. But obviously, we shorted IREN up at that 48.76. We're writing those $46 puts, and that's going to wake up quite nicely. We did trim a little bit yesterday, but those are still performing quite well. So it's under a bit of pressure. Let's keep scrolling through. Bioaffinity shares are trading higher after the company announced a release. 3 additional case studies, with one case study demonstrating that the SciPath lung led to detecting stage 1A lung cancer. Let's look at Bioaffinity. I don't even know that ticker. BIAF. Wow, look at that monster move. BIAF. Big gap up, almost up 100%. Interesting. Okay, Fed Barkin sees business getting more in the game. Top 3 consumer stocks that may implode this month. American Public Education. We're not going to look at that. CarMax. Let's look how KMX ended yesterday. Yeah, nasty day for KMX. Crazy day. Huge amount of volume there. 12 communication stocks that are moving here. Let's look at BLMZ. Gapping up to the high side. EPWK. Not really doing too much there. CDLX. CDLX is just trying to build a little bit of a bull flag pattern potential. We'll see if that one can make a move here. Infinity, CLSD, Guts. SPRC was strong yesterday. That's starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure coming in quite sharply. Same thing, another one, PepG. Big monster up, gap up yesterday, seeing quite a bit of downside this morning. GPUS, that's seeing a nice move higher here, a little bit of a penny stock. Nothing to do there. Pumping up certain names. Pony secures Robotaxi. Yep, we already looked at that. Let's just see what else is moving here. I'm just reading some final headlines here, going through any sort of catalysts that I may see that are worth trading. So far, Boeing's really the standout catalyst. It's a really strong catalyst. Pony AI might be on watch. Menu. United. So I think that's United Airlines. Yeah, United receives FAA certification for first Starlink equipped mainline aircraft. Let's look at United Airlines. Nice little positive news there. How's this SATS doing? That's still trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Citigroup maintains sell on Cintas, raises price targets. Citigroup maintains neutral on Thor, ticker THO. That one's been quite a choppy stock. All right, so that's pretty much, I'm not really seeing any other headlines worth mentioning just yet. We still could get more. It's 8:52, so they like to sometimes release a little bit more headlines before the market open to create a little bit of extra individual volatility. So we'll certainly see what's shaking and moving. Uh, all right, that's enough of the headlines. Let me go to individual names now. Let's go to the top gainers list in the New York Stock Exchange. So Boeing, yeah, Boeing's seeing a nice move. Shark Ninja, ticker SN, that's trying to gap up after looking like a bit of a breakdown. SN is trying to show a little bit of strength. Let's go through some of these other ones. Open Door taking a little bit of a breather this morning after it's had a stunning move to the upside on the back of strong housing data, the disclosure of a 13G filing from Jane Street Corp. What else we got? So right now the market as a whole is looking somewhat bullish. Quite a bit of green on the screen. Let's look at nat gas and then we'll discuss some more of the commodities. So natural gas taking a little bit of a breather, just in a very choppy consolidation range here for nat gas. Let's look at uranium. Uranium still trying to make a little bit of a move higher. Oklo saw a pretty big move down yesterday, but finding a little bit of support. Let's look at ALAB. This is one that we obviously took a nice amount of profits with members on the short side. It is trying to find some support. Bloom Energy almost kissed my level, but very strong reversal in Blue BE yesterday. Very, very strong. Marvell right now has had an absolutely stunning move and breakout to the upside. Digesting a little bit of yesterday's rally. I think VKTX is in this very choppy range. Down, up, down, up, down. Is today up? We will certainly see. Snapchat, I'm extremely bullish on Snapchat. I mean, when you see this amount of volume, it's crazy. Yesterday, it printed the highest amount of volume ever since 2022. Crazy to think that on a daily candle, its highest amount. And then you look at the weekly chart, the amount of volume that's traded down here is the highest amount of volume on the weekly chart ever in its whole entire stock history. Almost as if we put in a capitulation bottom. Almost as if this stock is probably not going to revisit these lows for a long, long time, if ever. Almost as if there's a buyout rumor coming. I mean, when you start to see this type of volume, it usually means big boys are buying. You know, Snapchat has traded what, almost a billion shares this week. Last week, what did we trade there? That was 852 million, so 4 times the weekly average. Quite crazy. That's some impressive volume on Snapchat. Look at that, bouncing off the 50. You've got the 7 in an uptrend, you got the 20 in an uptrend. You defended that 50-day moving average. Next stop, that 1-year moving average. I can't stress, I am very bullish Snapchat. Very bullish. All right, SMCI seeing a little bit of sell side pressure this morning. So you can see GFS is another stock that's moving here in the pre-market. Global Foundries Inc. Basically, Global Foundries Inc. gains ground on Trump's potential one-to-one chip rule. Shares of the U.S. semiconductor companies, including Intel and Global Foundries, gained ground on Friday after reports the Trump administration is planning a new policy that will require companies to manufacture the same number of chips in the US as their customers import overseas. Interesting. Very interesting, eh? I post a lot of the news articles that I'm reading in here just so you can see the headlines, what's moving, but that's obviously bumping up GFS in the pre-market. You also have Intel yet again screaming to the high side. I mean, my oh my. Intel this morning is just putting the semiconductors on its back. There is a short trade on Intel, but likely also a continuation long. It looks like Intel might be setting up a 3-bar surge on the weekly chart. The only area that I would short Intel today is if we came into this 37.17 pivot. That being said, we might be having a chance of pushing up there. If the market catches a nice bid, Intel could really squeeze to the upside here. You can see Intel's gap up on that one-to-one Trump chip news. So Intel, GFS, they're all acting quite well. You look at Taiwan Semi, that gap down. So it's really hurting certain individual semis and helping others. Not all semis are created equal right now. So if you haven't read that Trump one-to-one news, it's pretty important. If I go through my semiconductor list, just give me a second here. I just want to see all of them that are moving. So NVIDIA, AMD, NVIDIA's green, AMD's flat, Intel's up 4, Broadcom's green. Your SOX ETF is green as a whole. Taiwan Semi's under pressure. SMCI is under pressure. NXPI seeing a little bit of distribution. SMPS seeing a little bit. ON's green. So pretty much the majority of your semis are green. TXN also having a nice gap up on that news this morning. So again, you can continuously see Trump is trying to favor those American semiconductor companies that are producing most of their chips and business in the States. That's pretty clear. So there might be even a pairs trade today where you can short TSM and long Intel, or I mean even long Intel's getting a little bit extended here, so I'd be a little bit more inclined to long, say, TXN, but I think there is a pairs trade opportunity there based off of that headline news. That's quite interesting, that news. Very interesting. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. What else we got shaking and moving in the market? All right, so those are your top gainers in the NYSE. Jabil seeing some strength. Visa. Let's look at some of our losers. Obviously, we discussed the furnishing stocks. Dell seeing a little bit of distribution this morning, gapping down. Good. Peter, you want to look at IWM? Yeah, we'll discuss the indices in a few minutes. We're just looking for individual catalyst trading, but we'll definitely discuss the IWM briefly. So yeah, again, that's a pretty big news headline from that Trump one-to-one chip ratio for imported chips. Interesting. Very interesting. So Dell under pressure. Let's look at a couple other names here. Wayfair, Generac, Valiant, Dick's Sporting Goods, Scorpio. Okay, not seeing too much there. New Fortress Energy, seeing a little bit of strength today. You got Picard gapping up to the high side, seeing quite a bit of strength today. This one looks like it could also have a pretty big move into the high of this channel, call it 106. A little bit more of a swing trade opportunity. You've had MP Materials that's tried breaking out in the daily chart yesterday, looking pretty strong. It came into that earnings high all the way back here from August. Chart pattern's not looking too bad. It's got a ton of momentum. This is another one that potentially could be a mover today, guys. MP Materials. Weekly chart and daily charts looking like it's trying to give us a new high sweep. You can clearly see the next resistance looks like pivot high to pivot high all the way through this area here. That's what it's looking like to me. So acting quite well there. Ticker Wolf, WOLF, and remember, a lot of people get confused with Wolf Speed and Terra Wolf, two completely different companies, so just understand that. Be very careful when you listen and trade. But Wolf Speed gapping down this morning. Sarper's saying, look at bull, it could run. Yeah, so bull has obviously it was catching a lot of hype in the FinTwit community. I remember just how much it was trending here based off of this high volume zone, and people were saying it's the next Robin Hood, it's the next Robin Hood. And maybe there's a chance that if Robinhood goes through a bit of sell side pressure, maybe some of that more speculative liquidity starts to push into Webull here. Chart pattern again, not looking terrible. I would say you still have triggered an inverse head and shoulders, but it's gone through quite a bit of choppy consolidation. Your upside potential based off of this little inverse that's triggered is $20.50. Now, if you use the secondary neckline here and you trigger the bigger one, then you're talking about a much higher target on this actual Webull chart, which could push it, call it 25, 26 bucks. So there are some upside levels that we can use to trade against. The nice thing about Webull is if we throw in some of our key moving averages, you've flattened out the 50, the 20, the 7. They all converged here at a little bit of a boiling point, and you are trying to break out. So surfers, you are right. There is a ton of momentum there. Webull looks actually really good. It does look really, really good. And perhaps Webull is going to benefit from the announcement that they're changing the rules for smaller retail traders, the pattern day trading rule. So that could be the big catalyst that's causing the stock to run, just speculating here. But chart pattern, not bad at all. Some call options into year end, some lotto ones, for a squeeze into $20. I would like to take some time on this trade and just see how it closes the week, but it is looking pretty decent, I would say. Looking pretty good, actually. So good observation there, surfers. All right, let's quickly take a peek at quantum names, and then we'll look at the Russell, IWM, and main indices. IONQ seeing a little bit of distribution today. Rigetti still actually very strong. QBTS still holding steady. QUBT still holding steady, seeing a little bit of distribution today. Just gonna a quick scan through the unusual volumes. Ticker MIR seeing some unusual volume that is gapping up. Lithium Americas Corp taking a bit of a breather. Boeing, we did mention Boeing, basically also gapping up. Who went long Boeing yesterday? We sent out the member alert for Boeing, and that trade is absolutely bouncing impeccably well. So we went long Boeing yesterday with members. We took the some upside call options. I won't say which strike, but basically that's a very, very strong move. Very strong move. I'm expecting Boeing to at least head to 235, if not new all-time highs, very soon. Probably by year end. All right, what else we got going? XPEV seeing a nice bid this morning. China equities are mixed this morning. You do have BABA going through a bit of consolidation. You have that Yang ETF gapping up right now from 22.25 close to nice push to the upside. So China equities are certainly mixed this morning. You look at Tencent Music piercing that 50. JD's had a lot of hype. Chart pattern still looks good. I was hoping for a little bit more lower of a retest. We could still get that. I'm just being patient with it after we have made quite a bit of money in China. And we're just looking to back and fill and consolidate just a little bit. All right, we'll go through the main indices. Let's look at the Russell 2000. So the Russell 2000 IWM you can clearly see bounced and held the 20-day moving average, filled the high volume technical gap. So that's a very bullish signal. The fact that one, it defended the 20-day moving average after you pierced it by such a large margin. Two, you created a higher low. You maintain that structure. Obviously, we haven't ended the week. This candle formation will be very, very important. I would still like to see on the weekly chart the indices retest its weekly 7 moving average. On the IWM, it's sitting at 236.50. We will see if we can get that. Time will tell. I would have loved to also see some liquidity sweeps through this area. You had this high volume zone. You had a little bit of a doji wick bottom here. You had this high volume breakout impulse candle, consolidation, previous pivot high rejection point. So the fact that they didn't test this liquidity zone, it leaves me a little bit, I guess, suspect that maybe they'll bring it down, but for the time being, chart pattern's not looking too bad on the daily. 4-hour chart, you're still looking a little bit iffy coming off of that pre-market level. Let's go back to the regular trading hours. If we look at the hourly chart, you're just still in a very choppy range here. Look at the 10-minute chart pattern. The Russell is trying to break out of an inverted head and shoulders pattern. So your neckline breakout is here. Obviously, gap ups are notoriously bad. They typically get sold into. So I don't like when a chart pattern gaps up and breaks out of a technical pattern. I'm a little bit suspect, but we'll see. I mean, it could hold it. So what you want to look for on this Russell pattern is, does it confirm this 10-minute chart breakout today within the first 20 minutes of trading? If it does, then you have a nice little long setup potentially into this gap. So we'll see what happens with the Russell. The data this morning that we got does support initially a positive reaction, but remember, we still have 10 a.m. data. So 10 a.m. data, we have that Michigan inflation expectations 1 in 5 years, so that can be market moving. So just recognize that that inflation data, we could certainly see potentially some more volatility. So I'm personally waiting to see how the market settles out within the first at least 15 minutes before I trade an indice. That's why I've been looking at more individual names, because I think there's more opportunity in the market, say, in individual names. That being said, I'm always open to an indice trade, but I like the fact that all stocks are pretty much 0 DTE trades today. So again, I'm going to wait to see what we get here. Your S&P 500 is trying to break out to the upside. The chart pattern is much more firm on your overall S&P 500 chart. Basically, the big area that I'm watching is this 10-minute EMA 113. You can see the harsh rejection that happened over here. So that should be a pretty decent resistance level. But so far, the S&P is triggering a bullish pattern, gapping up, breaking out. We will see if it can hold this pattern. If it can hold this pattern, your first resistance would be around this gap fill, and then eventually bulls would try to press it for this retest of your kind of bearish head and shoulders neckline. So that's kind of my expectations. The market did punch up quite a bit higher and is softening a little bit into pre-market here. So I don't like seeing that. Obviously, it's important to always mark off that pre-market high level. I do have it on the indicator here. I just have it turned off right now. But 661.10 is your pre-market high level on SPY. So we'll watch that for sure. We'll watch that for sure. And you can see that 661.10 is all the way up here, already into your gap on the regular trading session. Pretty crazy. Peter's asking, how about shorting Carvana swing at this level? CEO Garcia sells his shares continuously. Let's take a peek at Carvana. Yeah, there has been a ton of insider selling. Members, I did a video not too long ago on Carvana. There has been a crazy amount of sell side pressure, insider selling in Carvana. It's getting a little bit choppy here. You haven't officially had the daily chart momentum break down just quite yet. You still have some weekly chart momentum. And Carvana is notorious for as soon as it gets more short interest, they start popping it up. Basically, Carvana went from a penny stock to almost an institutionally traded stock just with the amount of volume and the price of its equity. Carvana is into this massive 2021 double top kind of pivot. You can see you got rejected once, but I think there might be one more move, but I'm watching it closely. I mean, you still haven't taken out that massive daily topping tail on Carvana, which we actually shorted, right? We shorted this in the live day trade room up here, made a nice amount of money on Carvana. It ended up dipping, but Carvana, we just need to be careful with this one. You do have positive fact that KMX yesterday got absolutely dusted on the back of its earnings report, so perhaps on Carvana's next earnings report, it's also going to fall. But I think there might be one more little push up in Carvana before. I'm just being cautious, but I do note the insider selling. There's quite a bit. There is quite a bit. And you always have to look at just because someone sells or buys doesn't mean it's a flat out short or buy. Like we've done quite a bit of insider selling videos of things that we're watching. We've executed two pretty big trades on just insider alerts alone. We took our put options. This was a nice sell side candle on LDI, but it's always in relative to the amount of shares that they're still holding or distributing. So that was one of our member insider shorts we closed yesterday. Um, Obviously, what's this? Bicardia, BCDA. This is another one that we've gone long off of the 124 level average. We've seen a huge amount of insider buying by multiple individuals. So this is a high speculation stage 3 biotech stock. So we'll see what happens there. But I don't know how many shares the CEO of Garcia is still holding, but I think there's still quite a bit more that he's holding. So if he was to liquidate like 25 or 50% of his holdings, that's when you get quite interested in looking at some potential shorts. All right, is there any other headlines here that's coming out? No problem, Peter. No problem. Let me see my upgrades and downgrades. Upgraded today, we had Riot. Riot was upgraded. JBL was upgraded. CIEN was upgraded. RAPT was upgraded. FUL was upgraded. MAC was upgraded. ALKS was upgraded this morning. BIP was upgraded this morning. Riot, another secondary upgrade from Riot. And then One Gas, OGS, that stock was also upgraded. Let's go through quickly our downgrades. All right, we got some downgrades on Duke Energy. DUK downgraded this morning. BAK downgraded this morning. KMX downgraded this morning. EOG downgraded this morning. CleanSpark, CLSK downgraded this morning. CleanSpark looks like it's in for a little bit of choppy, troublesome price action here. I think there might be a short on CLSK. It's lost its 7-day moving average. IREN was downgraded today. Price target $24 by JP Morgan. That's a big downgrade. So JP Morgan downgrading IREN. So nice downgrade this morning. Price target 24 bucks. Again, another downgrade on KMX. Another downgrade on FRME. Interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in for the open. I do have some trade ideas that I'm watching, but mainly we're gonna let this market settle out. We do have some swing trades that are working this morning with members. So right away we have IREN put options that should work out quite nicely. Again, we went long Boeing in some call options yesterday. Those calls should open up quite nicely as well. We did enter several new positions yesterday, and basically all of them are green right now as we open the session. Um, Still think these quantum stocks can come in pretty hard. They are trying to rally off of the lows. IONQ has broken down on your hourly chart. I think that this stock should come in quite heavily. Watching Oklo as well today. I think uranium's going to soften up a little bit. Oklo is just still phenomenally resilient up in this region. Alibaba is certainly under pressure. All right, let me grab some coffee and we'll be right back, guys. So yesterday we pretty much crushed the whole market trading session, so I'm not really looking at I guess blowing my gains. Obviously if a trade setup falls into my lap, but I'm trying to keep the majority of my gains. It's been a stellar week here in the live trading room for us, as well as some nice profit swing trading. So we'll see if we can look to close out some more gains. Again, you're clearly seeing tariffs impacting quite a few individual names. Your furnishings are getting slaughtered, your home furnishings. Transport stocks like Picard seeing a nice rally after the heavy truck tariff development. So basically, Trump announced last night, starting October 1st, the United States will impose a 25% tariff on imported heavy trucks, aims to strengthen the domestic manufacturing, although some of the main players are foreignly owned. So Picard is your main stock on the NASDAQ, catching quite a bit of strength just off of that news alone. We're going to split screen here. Keep the S&P 500 open here. We'll go to the 10-minute chart. I'm going to close some of these moving averages, clean it up. You can remove that head and shoulders target. We'll keep that there. So you can see we were chopping in this channel for quite a long time yesterday. I'm going to remove it for now. See if we can find another little channel chop zone on the S&P. Let's keep Bowen on watch. Your dollar's still trying to bounce just a little bit. So Google's having a really nice day. Amazon having a really good day. So look at this GFP, GFL. So again, these stocks certainly look good. GFS, they look like they can push a little bit higher just based off of sheer momentum alone. Our market has still been pretty heavily driven by catalyst trading, meaning that stocks that get news headlines typically push higher. Crude oil is still strong on the tape. Nat gas under quite a bit of pressure. Gold is seeing a little bit of selling here in the pre-market. Your dollar is trying to firm up just a small touch here. But these transport stocks, I think GFS is going to probably fly a little bit more. So I think a pullback on GFS could likely be bought. Pullback back into this 35.70 probably could be bought on GFS. We'll watch that one. Watch that one closely. Let's see how Boeing handles itself in the pre-market. Could get to 229 today based off of this news that it has. We'll see if they want to sell into it or keep it elevated. Watching quite a few other names here. Right now you have the most open interest sitting at 660. Actually, 662. There's a lot of open interest on SPY. A lot. More open interest on the call side, as usual. But 662, there's the most open interest, both on the call and put side of SPY. Then you have quite a bit at 660 as well. So 662 on SPY is all the way up here. All right, let's see. This market is set to open very shortly, ladies and gents. Very shortly. All right, markets are open here. IREN is falling sharply. Nice move down. Initially on the SPY. Seeing certain stocks are holding steady here. Healthcare stocks seeing a nice bid. CNC, IREN down 7%. Boeing still up 4.4. Look at this IREN, guys, getting absolutely dusted here. I don't mind that. I did trim a little bit more of my IREN there. IREN put options out of the majority. Look at BlackBerry continuing to squeeze here. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive move for BlackBerry. Look at that. Dixie still catching a bid. Your Russell is back testing your neckline. Wow, look at BlackBerry squeezing. Squeezing. You got Intel fading a little bit, open door down, IREN softening, Tesla strong, crypto stocks catching a nice bid. Interesting. Tesla is squeezing. BlackBerry absolutely punching to the high side here. Tesla ripping to the high side. Seeing quite a bit of strength in this market. S&P at the highs. Very strong move in the tape thus far. Very strong move. SPY still pushing. Look at our IREN just falling off of a cliff. I love it. Going into gap fill there. Guys, I'm all out of my BlackBerry calls. Those are the lottos. You can thank Sarfaris for that. I'm all out of my BB calls, BlackBerry. Yep. Sarfaris, we banked on BlackBerry. Damn right. We were patient. Nice call out there, Sarf. Wasn't even looking at that. Amazing little trade on BlackBerry, guys. That was a Member subscriber call out by Sarfaraz, putting that on our watch list. BlackBerry 450 calls absolutely printed from 20 cents a con. I sold at 34 cents. Lovely little gain. Just over 70% gain. Let's see what Boeing is doing here, getting slightly faded. IREN still under a lot of pressure. Flow coming in for SPY right now. A lot of flow coming in for SPY. SPY is ripping, going for that pre-market high. It is into an aggressive short level off of pre-market high. It's very aggressive short level. You're seeing some flow coming into bull, Webull. We discussed that in the pre-market as well. That's trying to make a move. But I took profits on my IREN full profits members, full profits on IREN put options. I'm all out of that trade. That was an excellent little winner on the session. Beautiful. Let's look at A-Lab here. AMD, Nvidia trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. The IWM is just rocketing to the high side. SPY still holding steady. Boeing getting slightly faded. JP Morgan green. IONQ has gone green. Oklo seeing a little bit of distribution. Oklo put options will probably print. Looks like Oklo wants to test the lows today. Nice trade on that IREN, guys. That was a huge winner. Uranium's trying to make a move. Micron's still strong. China stock's still under pressure. Open door. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Open starting to come in. Google's just a beast right now. Absolutely filthy, filthy monster. Snapchat Marvell down. Ethereum strong. Healthcare stock still showing some strength. Micron catching a bid. Rigetti's up 4.4. Cypher down a couple. Intel still strong on the session. Let's look at these news headline stocks. GFS, guys, is likely going to make a move to the high side. This was your aggressive buy zone on GFS. If you're wanting to trade on the long side, that's not a bad area. Running on pure tariff news. Boeing's getting paid a little bit, but still acting quite well. Let's look at Intel here. Intel's still a beast. RH getting a nice reversal off of the lows. This is a company that was affected by the furnishing tariffs that Trump announced last night. Your Russell 2000 still trying to hold bullish structure, trying to break out on your 10-minute. Remember, we still have inflationary data at 10 a.m. Just keep that in mind. Open door, seeing quite a bit more selling here. Quite a bit more. Interesting. So nice amount of profits on the swing trade side already. BlackBerry calls and IREN calls about 65% on IREN. BlackBerry almost 75% on BlackBerry. Open doors starting to come in pretty heavy here. Interesting. Uranium is starting to get some top wicks, so you could see some more distribution in Oklo. Oklo falling sharply. SMR also trying to fall quite sharply here. Big Bear AI has gone negative. That's down 2.58%. Clean Spark CLSK under quite a bit of pressure there. Look at Clean Spark. S&P is still holding steady. You're mainly getting strength in your mega cap tech right now. QQQ is underperforming SPY. SPY's outperforming everything. Couple reasons why SPY's outperforming. You're getting healthcare gapping up sharply this morning. Financials are pushing this morning, so you're getting broad participation from your S&P 500 stocks right now. Looking at UNH, that had a mini gap up. CNC looking still positive to try to push higher. You've had some IONQ quantum stocks go slightly negative here, so you are seeing still a little bit of distribution in individual names. So nice little profits to start the swing trading session. Those are member options trades, exiting those. I am watching this Webull chart. It's kind of piquing my interest for sure. More of a swing trade, but Webull is starting to pique my interest. I don't like chasing SPY after a big move like that, but SPY right now trending to the upside. VST trying to break out to the high side. Boeing still looking very, very strong. Micron Nvidia softening up a little bit. Tesla. Did Tesla give us a new high yet? No, it hasn't. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. DraftKings quietly moving up off of the lows. Oklo certainly coming in quite a little bit here, guys. Uranium stocks are softening up. I'm still short Oklo off of the 114.09. I'm still holding short IONQ. I want these names to fall off of a cliff. Let's keep Oklo on watch here. I got SPY on my other screen. Excuse me. Uranium softening up a little bit more. IREN down 7, Nvidia's gone negative, LAC's gone negative, Open struggling, Intel softening up, Tesla softening up. We are starting to see a bit of distribution hitting this tape. Are they going to crush the indices down? SPY is into a short level here, off of pre-market high. If you're wanting to short SPY, use a stop loss. The better short is actually in the Qs today. It looks like the QQQ is running into a little bit more sell side pressure, but SPY again, this is an aggressive short level on SPY, guys. I might consider taking it. Let's see here. Still trying to soften up just a little bit. Gold, nat gas struggling. Dixie, IWM is ripping though. All right, we're trying to pierce through here on SPY. Let me see the 15-minute chart here. All right, guys, I'm going to short SPY a sweep of this high here. Again, it's risky. It's risky. We could have a trender on our session today. We could have a trend day in the market. Look at this push in the S&P land. SPY is ripping. Ripping. Absolutely huge strength in the equity market here. SPY's going for a liquidity sweep of this pivot. Let's see if we can get a sweep of this pivot here. SPY is a monster right now. Look at it. They're sending it. They are sending SPY. IONQ softening up. Nvidia is still a little bit weaker. Push in the market. Big push in the market. I am in some SPY puts, 0 DTEs. Members sent out that alert. I'm looking for a retest here. Yeah, I know. It's who are these guys buying, right? There's more relative strength. It's not your tech, it's your other sectors of the S&P 500 right now that they're buying. This is what happens after a big push, right? Here we go. Still up nicely. Still a lot of green. IONQ getting wrecked here. Look at SPY. Our 661 put members are now green. Come on. Look at our 661's knife. TP1 coming in here. Come on, TP1 coming in. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more, SPY. Come on, backtest this channel. I want SPY to see if we can backtest a 10-minute EMA and this channel. It should give it to us. Nvidia selling, Micron selling, IWM still holding steady, QQQ looking a little bit heavier here in the grand scheme of price action, but you have a lot of strength from other sectors of the market. Looking at Oklo today, Oklo is getting absolutely wrecked, demolished. Let's see, come on. Look at Nvidia, still ridiculously heavy price action for your world's largest company, but you have strength across Apple. No, Apple's negative now. Google's still holding. Tesla's fading, but still holding. Look at Apple reverse though. Crazy. That is crazy. IWM pushing for a new high of day. Meta trying to hang on to positive price. Nvidia, Apple still negative, but the market is holding quite steady. Baba down a couple. Oracle's gone negative. Open down 4.2. Still a lot of strength in this market, guys. We have a lot of strength in this market. Look at them push SPY right back up. Right back up. Going for a liquidity sweep with this high pivot. Nvidia is still looking heavy, trying to find a little bit of support. Russell 2000 back to the highs. This market is strong today. Really, really strong today. Boeing trying to make a move. Google still acting well. Snapchat down, Ethereum and crypto trying to make a little bit of a move here. Still seeing the S&P holding quite steady. Look at your IWM trying to work itself into that gap fill. You got Micron still softening up quite a bit here. DraftKings seeing some buy pressure this morning. JP Morgan acting well. Ethereum acting very well. JP Morgan still trying to push here. Boeing still up a few percentage points. Tesla still up 0.9. Meta turns slightly green. Google still up 0.8. Apple, Nvidia struggling. Microsoft, Amazon ripping. Bitcoin up 0.5%. Gold green. Yields are turning green. Interesting price action here in the equity markets. Your Dixie is trying to find a little bit of support. You got crude oil ripping to a new high of day. Be careful. Fruit is starting to try to rip here. Breaking out again. SPY still trying to break out. Still seeing that S&P 500 remaining exceptionally strong right now. Look at Apple. Apple's seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Nvidia is still under a little bit of pressure but trying to bounce slightly. Oclo still down 4%. Consumer sentiment in 11 minutes. Still have quite a bit of strength across the broad market. Now you have the dollar and oil still trying to push. Apple, Nvidia, Meta still weak. Tesla, Google remarkably strong right now. Remarkably strong. SPY still holding steady. Getting participation from your S&P 500 sectors. You look at RSP today. RSP very strong on the tape. Acting quite well. IREN still struggling down here. IONQ trying to firm up. Oklo trying to firm up just a touch here. Boeing is still a ripper today. Push it, Boeing. Push it. SPY's doing a nice liquidity sweep of a high pivot. A ton of volume already traded this morning on S&P land. Nasty little reversal there, guys. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Push us back down a little bit. I'd love to see them backtest this channel right ahead of that Michigan consumer sentiment. Or sorry, Michigan 1 and 5-year inflation expectations. And then pop us up again on that data. Seems like the data they're releasing today is popping us quite nicely. Come on, SPY. Healthcare stocks are seeing a little bit of distribution. CNC still strong. UNH under pressure. Let's look at XLV. XLV still holding steady. J&J still holding steady. Financials still holding firm, but JP Morgan's got a little bit of top wick distribution coming into play here. JP Morgan seeing some distribution. So far, SPY is holding above its pre-market high, which technically is a bullish sign. Technically. Your semiconductor stocks ETF still holding structure above its 15-minute EMA 113. Flip to the 10-minute. JP Morgan seeing some top wick distribution now. Nvidia is still selling. Tesla still selling. Big Bear selling. Neo selling. Webull top wick distribution. Be careful of the market here. You might get a little bit of de-risking into that 10 a.m. data. Come on. Come on down, S&P. Come on down just a little bit. SPY is still remarkable right now. They are trying to consolidate this market. SOX is still holding some technical structure. JP Morgan seeing a bit of a 10-minute bearish engulfing candle. So be careful, financials could come into a little bit of weakness here. Look at JPM selling hard, guys. Selling really hard. Nvidia selling really hard. Still seeing the markets holding remarkably well. Even with selling in some of your biggest tech stocks and biggest financials, your S&P is still holding technical structure here. Yeah, I'm in 661 puts already, Caleb. It's a very aggressive trade, but I am in 661 puts already. Just manage that risk, keep tight stop loss. Mindfulness is buying 663 calls. I'm hoping for a quick dip down in the next few minutes. Right now my average is $1.08. So I'm up on the put options. Nvidia selling off heavily here. JP Morgan still selling. Let's see if SOX and SMH want to give up some of the goods. You still have a little bit more relative weakness in your QQQ, but Q is holding steady. Come on, SPY, give me a little bit of a dip. I don't really want to be holding these contracts into the Michigan 1 and 5 year inflation expectations. I do not really want to hold them. They're still trying to keep this market pinned. You can see the SQs are running into that 10-minute resistance. SPY is above its 10-minute resistance. Qs have yet to fill the gap here. Boeing ripping. Boeing is ripping. JP Morgan trying to bounce a little bit. Micron still acting well. Nvidia still looking super duper heavy here. Come on, give me some profit back into 661. Come on. IWM still holding technical structure. Come on, come on. 4 minutes till data. Come on, give us a little bit of a dip. Give us a little bit of a dip. Dixie right now, trying to curl to the upside. SPY still holding ridiculously steady here. Very strong on SPY. They're still holding up steady. Nvidia is trying to now catch a bit of a bid here. JP Morgan still under a little bit of pressure. SPY's pushing. QQQ trying to catch a bid. Nvidia's firming up. Crude oil still ripping. Nvidia's still negative on the tape. Intel still up nicely. Tesla's still up positive on the session, but off of its highs. Google still up 0.68%. China equities are still under a bit of pressure this morning. Quantum names are mixed. JP Morgan's still looking a little bit heavier here. SPY and Qs are trying to push a little bit here. They are trying. IWM is still ripping to the upside here. Fierce price action in the Russell. Still seeing the S&P trying to hold steady. IWM is ripping. Still a ridiculous beast. New high of day for Boeing. Our calls from yesterday are absolutely printing to the upside. 2 minutes till 10 a.m. data. I am personally not looking to hold these put options through the 10 a.m. data. I'm nervous that they give us a spike. I'm just using proper risk management here. They could easily pump us, they could easily drop us, but I'm not looking to gamble on the pop or drop. There's no technical edge there, and basically the data that they've released today has been positive. 34 seconds till the data. Close my SPY puts before that data. I close my SPY puts before that data. Not looking to trade this. There you go. So we're getting a little bit of a pop. Boeing still acting well. Look at the Russell. There you go. That's a positive pop on the market. That's what I was concerned about. So nice little, we could see the market get faded. So Michigan 5-year inflation expectation coming in much lower, 4.7 versus 4.8%. 5-year 3.7 versus 3.9. So initially a positive news for the market. Inflation expectations softening up a little bit. Okay, softening up a little bit for inflation expectations. So this does give the market the ability to continue to rally here. We are seeing JP Morgan soften up. Interest rates just briefly dipped a little bit. The Dixie softening. So again, inflation, 5-year expectations lower. 1-year expectations lower. Softens up the dollar, softens up yields. Go figure, crude oil is still trying to push on this news. Just a beast right now. It is crushing it. Can you believe our 230 calls are just ripping here? Ripping to the upside. I love it. Every single trade we took yesterday, we took 7 new trades. All of them are green, except for one slightly flat. Boeing trade is working out very nicely, guys. Very nicely for Boeing. If you caught that with us, again, we did a nice little deep dive into BA. Members, I'm just trimming a little bit of a position here. Took a little bit more profits there. SPY starting to dip a little bit. Coming in quite sharply. JP Morgan looking pretty weak here. If you're still in your SPY puts, those are working quite nicely. I just didn't want to take the risk, but working quite nicely. VST still trying to push a little bit. Interesting. Got BlackBerry still a beast in BB. Everyone can thank Sarfraz for that one. Looking at crude oil. Looking at crude is just starting to rip to the upside. Rig is catching a bid. Energy stocks are looking like they're in full beast mode. Oklo starting to come in a little bit. Maybe this is where you see those alternative energy plays weaken up quite a bit, especially since crude oil is breaking out. That supports the thesis of uranium going lower. Oklo softening up. Come on, Oklo, dump it. We're up on our Oklo shares just barely here off that 114, but this is looking like an H pattern, M pattern, bear flag, whatever you want to call it. It is looking nasty on Oklo. Big reversal down on SPY. Crude oil is just absolutely ripping. I mean, it is flying. What the hell is QUBT doing up here? QUBT is also ripping. Wow. IONQ trying to catch a bid. IREN, big trade of the day, down 10%. Look at that short. Beautiful execution there. Beautiful execution. JP Morgan could potentially go negative here. Micron, we're seeing Micron still holding steady. SWBI, that's trying to make a move. Smith & Wesson, bang, bang. Interesting. DRS, trying to make a move to the high side. ONDS, seeing a little bit of softening after yesterday's huge move to the upside. Nice decline in SE today. That's really good to see. Interesting. SPY getting rejected pretty sharply. Look at that harsh, harsh selling. Close my puts too early, but again, I'm just trading cautiously on this Friday because I don't want to lose my profits from this week. So SPY 661 puts ended up printing, but I took some profits on those. Looking at silver, another day up 0.94%, just absolutely squeezing. Gold still remarkably strong on the tape. You got JPM that looks like a bit of a fading opportunity. They could gap and crack this market. It's looking like they could gap and crack this market. Good morning, JP. JP saying point of control at 660.8 on SPY, so piercing it right now. Nvidia looking heavy, Micron looking heavy. Quite a few individual names are looking very, very heavy. Looking at GIS this morning, that's catching a bit of a bid. Costco obviously reported its earnings last night, coming in line with expectations. I was impressed by its earnings report, printing 86.16 billion, but under quite a bit of pressure this morning. WMT, Walmart, wow, look at that sell on SPY. Holy moly. Anyone still in your puts, you're ripping. Look at crude oil, guys. Crude oil is like, so what's funny is you had the inflation expectations drop, which is telling us that these markets are so rigged that Michigan 1 and 5-year inflation expectations are absolutely rigged. Basically, what crude is saying, oh yeah, you want some lower inflation expectations? Yeah, right. Look at that. Huge, huge move on crude oil today, ripping these markets. OKE pushing to the upside. Look at that rejection on SPY. What a filthy beast. Holy moly. Micron getting dusted. That is nasty. Your mega cap techs just got annihilated. Absolutely annihilated. Copper stock FCX catching a little bit of a bid here. Trying to build a base. Extremely oversold still. What a nasty bearish engulfing. You typically get a retrace after this one, but that type of a candle could suggest this market going negative today, guys. It could suggest that. The way that that's shaping up, it's looking pretty filthy. Pretty filthy. Wow, that was a hard rejection on SPY. Look at Oklo, guys, now down 6.18%. Drop Oklo downtown. Come on, Oklo. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Dumpy, dumpy. Dixie's falling. Crude oil still absolutely flying. Sky high. IWM. QQQ is almost negative on the tape, ladies and gents. Look at the Q's almost going to its gap fill. That is crazy, crazy. IWM, hard rejection, but still looking a little bit better. in the overall session. You have your yields still mixed on the tape. Nat gas under pressure, gold still ripping. Looking at Tesla, Tesla has been faded from the highs. Tesla did go negative off of that dip. Look at Apple. Apple saw a harsh rejection. It looks like mega cap tech is going to go through a bit of a sell side distribution. Look at semiconductor. This is what I was mentioning yesterday. Yesterday we saw a pretty sharp decline in the markets, but your stocks, your semiconductors were still remarkably strong. So look at that epic bounce in stocks yesterday. Imagine stocks tries to come back down to fill the gap. I still think there should be a whole host of selling in semiconductors. You're seeing a leader like Western Digital breaking down pretty heavily, leading the charge to the downside. This has been one of the strongest stocks in the NASDAQ and in the entire market. And WDC finally falling. This one's triggering a potential little bear flag pattern that could take you substantially lower here. I mean, really low here on the overall chart. Let's just see if we have any sort of a channel here on Western Digital that we could fall. Yeah, WDC should head to 105.50. I am observing there's a gap fill down here on WDC. That's all the way at 105.21. So we'll see if that one wants to break down even more on the session. But it does look like semiconductors are going through a bit of downward rotation today. Nvidia looks like a pretty bearish intraday chart pattern from my perspective. If you look at its opening range, you are violating some key levels here. AMD looking like a nasty opening range breakdown. Intel probably becomes a short up here if you want to use these stop losses as your high pivots. That's looking like it's getting faded. Again, you have SOXS positive on the tape, guys, and your markets are still positive, so still seeing a considerable amount of distribution. Again, members, if you didn't see the alert, we did take a little bit of a trim on Boeing, netting just about 35%. You have JP Morgan breaking down here, so financials are getting a little bit heavier. The whole market is starting to look a little bit heavier from a relative strength standpoint. Maybe a head and shoulders on the SPX. This is a clinical back test on the hourly chart. Take a look at this trend line that we have. This is a long-term wedge pattern. You can barely see it, but connecting to your tariff lows right through that low in August, September. That is a big back test on the SPX and so far seeing rejection. So this might try to turn into a head and shoulders, or market makers. I think it looks like market makers want to take us right back down to this neckline. So call it 65.70 on your SPX. On SPY, it would roughly be a retrace back down to call it 654. So you could see we could have another $5 drop. We could have a big drop. The reason you're seeing distribution is crude oil is too strong right now. Look at crude. I mean, just absolutely ripping. Crazy price action in crude. That is strong. VST chart still looking exceptionally bullish here. FCX, that's still trying to firm up off of the lows. ACN bouncing quite nicely. Boeing still a beast. Adobe Green, Pepsi Green, SoFi under a little bit of pressure. SoFi starting to come in just a little bit. Again, it does look like puts are still favored in this market, but just be careful. They love to trick people a little bit and pop it before they drop it. But your dollar index is just cratering here, but crude oil moving in the opposite direction. So it leads me to think, I mean, look at this move in crude, guys. That's pretty much what's dictating the market right now. Investors are very scared of crude price right now. And so you should be. So you should be. That's a big move up on crude. Not looking good at all. We are still printing profits on our IONQ short, guys. I'm still holding a fairly big day trade short position. We're up about 6% off of that 71.90 level. Whoops. And the nice thing about IONQ here is it's potentially trying to trigger a head and shoulders formation. So still a lot of meat on the bone. I think that's why I'm not even looking at covering. I've sat through quite a bit of choppy volatility. We could see 57.50 in the coming weeks. If they were to get really nasty on quantum, I mean, wow. That would be filthy. Absolutely filthy. We'll see if they want to trigger IONQ to the downside. Come on, break that OR low. SPY being defended. There is some support here on prior day high here on S&P. So there's a little bit of support. You're seeing Nvidia catching a nice bid. Yeah, we already posted the Boeing news in the chat there this morning, and we went long Boeing with members call options. We've already taken our first trim on the upside position. I'm still holding another 3 contracts long the 230 Boeing calls, so we're positioned ahead of the news. But it's more so rallying on the Boeing shares are trading higher following the report suggesting that the FAA is expected to grant the company the ability to perform final safety checks on its 737 MAX jets. So there's been a delay in backlog on its 737, so now it's getting that news on the back of them having the ability to perform those final safety checks. Look at SPY getting absolutely dusted. Dusted. My oh my. Filthy. Tesla's about to go negative. Craziness. So again, it's a nice session for us today. BlackBerry profits secured. IREN put options profits secured. Boeing call options profits secured. Been a good day. We are banking money right now. Portfolios increasing quite nicely. IONQ heading in the right direction. OCLO near the lows. We are finally green on those common shares short. A lot of stuff is working in the port today, guys. A lot. JP Morgan softening up, now into its gap window, looking like it wants to go negative. Utility stocks catching a bit of a bid here, ticker PEG, moving quite nicely. Google still holding remarkably well. Seeing a little bit of top wick distribution on Googly. Snapchat still under a bit of pressure, but trying to hold steady. Solar stocks under a bit of pressure. Consumer staples catching a bit of a bid. Looks like they want to take JP Morgan negative. Look at that nasty topping tail on JP Morgan. Every time it goes to a 52-week high, new all-time high, they sell into it. They gap it and they crack it. Insane price action. Still have small caps holding up well with the weakness in the dollar. Oh my God, look at crude oil, guys. New high just after I thought it was taking a breather. Crude is like, nope, I'm going to keep ripping. This market is in some serious trouble, I think, if crude oil continues to show this resiliency throughout the rest of the day. OCLO down 5, IONQ down 2.9. I think this QUBT becomes a short today, guys. QUBT is, I think, a fading opportunity. I think it can go red on the session. Intel starting to soften up. Rigetti still green. Open still strong. Look at IREN down. BBAI. That's still under a lot of pressure. BBAI looks nasty here. I mean, yikes. That is filthy price action on Big Bear AI. Breaking down here. They're probably going to pop it up just a little bit, but looks like BBAI might be a bit of a continuation fade here. I'm looking at fading this QUBT here. Interesting. Like looking at shorting this QUBT put options, but the spread is just huge. It's 100% spread. It's 100% spread. All right, guys, I'm gonna short this QUBT. Financials still looking weak. Your dollar's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. SPY looking heavy. Freeport's still doing well. Boeing's still doing well. DraftKings doing well. QUBT. BCDA trying to firm up just a little bit. Nice little fall in QUBT. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, take it negative. Take it negative. SPY getting hit pretty hard here. Dollar trying to firm up and curl to the upside. Nice fall on QUBT. Again, quantum stocks are probably going to go negative today. SPY still looking heavy. Nvidia looking heavy. Crude oil's still a ripper. Freeport moving up nicely. FCX. Look at QUBT, guys. Dumping here. It is dumping. Ramsing. Excuse me, Ramsing. Let me just take some water here. Hmm. Have you heard about the news? India and Saudi. India might stop taking crude from them, and it's gonna hit them big time in overall oil. I haven't heard that news. So India might stop taking crude from Saudi. I don't know if that's gonna be true because India is in a world of their own, right? They don't listen to anyone. I mean, they need so much energy. They got the world's largest population. So I don't know. I mean, they could say a lot of stuff to jawbone, but when it comes to like over a billion population, I mean, they just need so much energy to sustain life. It becomes a bit of humanitarian crisis. That's why during the whole Russia-Ukraine, they didn't listen to the US. They kept buying Russian oil. And granted, if they stopped buying Russian oil, more lives would be lost compared to the actual war itself. So it's crazy. I mean, India's got a lot of power and influence in the commodity world just with their amount of buying that they need. And honestly, India's performed quite well over the last decade. They've really positioned themselves and pulling themselves up to a little bit more of a prosperous nation. There's still a lot of poverty, but you look at what they've done over the last several years, and don't sleep on India. Pouring myself some more coffee here. QUBT knifing, JP Morgan knifing. But I appreciate that news, Ram. Thank you very much. Look at QUBT falling. SPY, new lows. JP Morgan knifing. Filthy, guys. We are seeing some filthy declines. Oklo going for a new low of day. IONQ breaking to the downside. Pay us, IONQ. Absolutely triggering a nasty, filthy head and shoulders. There's a little bit of support here on QUBT, but I'm still looking for a little bit more. We're already up about 3.5% there. Come on, SPY. They've taken the QQQ negative. What are the chances the market follows suit? That is a filthy, filthy decline. The Russell's still holding up a little bit better, but they are knifing this market right now, ladies and gents. Knifing it. Nvidia, new low of day. Dixie, popping. Oh my goodness gracious me. They are gap and cracking this market. Filthy, filthy decline. Filthy. Absolutely downright dirty. They are selling those high beta stocks. Let's look at PLTR, Palantir, getting bludgeoned down 1.89%, coming into a little bit of a previous channel support. SPY, they likely will take SPY negative here. It's too heavy not to. I mean, that is one filthy hourly chart rejection candle. Those are candles that institutions use to scare the hell out of people. That's for sure. A lot more red on the screen starting to appear. Marvell down a couple percent. SOX ETF is starting to rip and roar. You got Micron turning negative. Nvidia knifing down 1.19% on the world's largest company. Crude oil taking a little bit of a breather. Come on, IONQ. Pay us. Pay us, pay us, pay us. We have been so patient with this IONQ. Such a friggin' extended stock on every single metric. Quantum computing theme just ran ahead of itself. A lot of crazy. Insane. Look at SPY. Look at IONQ. Oklo falling. Nvidia still heavy. Snapchat down. Tesla going negative. This market is in full liquidation yet again. And we're going to have some crazy volatility. We're only at 10:30 right now. And we got some very interesting market volatility. I like it a lot, ladies and gents. I like it a lot. Come on down, IONQ. Drop it to the flow. Look at that hourly wick on QUBT. Dump it to the downside. We're almost at TP1 on QUBT. If you're wanting to take a little bit of profits, I'm going to look to be greedy here and pull around 6% profits. Come on. SPY just went to fill the gap. It is now negative on the session. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Heavy volume coming in Nvidia. Markets dumped after the data because the data was a flat bold-faced lie. Crude oil pumped on the data, so here you had inflation expectations lowering and crude pumped. Crude softening a little bit, so they could defend SPY just a touch here. But I think that data was a bold-faced lie. Inflation expectation. You did have the consumer sentiment drop a little bit. That came in slightly lower, but remember, we're still in a bit of an environment where if we see inflation uptick a little bit too much, it's going to push yields in the dollar higher and stocks are going to have to reevaluate. But if you see it drop too quickly, then you could go through a little bit of a deflationary scare, which also could hurt equities. Again, you're still kind of inside of that nasty 3 days of selling, right? You've seen the markets sell off sharply over the last 3 days, big dead cat bounce. Now you're seeing them come in quite a bit more. So you're still technically inside of that little bit of a bearish intraday range from the last 3 days. And then you've also had additional tariff news. I mean, Last night, Trump coming out with additional tariffs. Like, we haven't really heard much tariff news over the last few trading sessions or over the last few weeks. And then all of a sudden, Trump, bam, semiconductor news, bam, for home furnishing news, bam, transport news. Like, out of nowhere, right? All of a sudden now, October 1st, there's big deadlines coming in place for different sectors. So that could also part and parcel be potentially why the markets are selling. IONQ down 3.5, getting a bid here. Boeing still up 3.97s, DraftKings greens, DocuSign green. Semis are still seeing net liquidation. Oklo down 6%. URA down 1.7. Nvidia struggling immensely on the trading session here. Why is this not cooperating here with me? SPY still looking like it wants to go lower. QQQ negative. JP Morgan still looks heavy. JP Morgan's into that gap window. It looks like they want to take financials lower here. You know, just with how heavy JP Morgan looks, I'd be surprised if JPM doesn't go to its gap fill, which suggests that there's probably going to be more selling in your XLF today, along with your S&P 500. Whoops, knocking things over here. Meta struggling immensely. Apple down, Nvidia down. Microsoft still slightly positive on the tape. SPY seeing a little bit of accumulation. QUBT catching a bit of a bounce. Crude oil right back up. Supreme Leader saying every single stop loss of his triggered, only holding one stock now, SSRM. Interesting. Thank you for that comment. Thank you, thank you. Big bounce there on IONQ. Sorry, our QUBT. Decent bounce on IONQ, backtesting a neckline. Oklo revisiting its opening range low. I still see more downside in this tape. Oklo should head down to this 105 level today, which is another 6-7 point drop from here. SPY still looking heavy. Heavy. Come on, SOXS, pump it up. Nvidia, let's look at Mr. Big Behemoth. Nvidia still under pressure. ANAT still under pressure. Cloudflare under pressure. Carvana. Yeah, Carvana down sharply on the session today. Is Intel going to go negative? Potentially looking likely. Let's look at the QQQ. Coming in hot and heavy. Actually, we'll look at the NDX here. Got a little less trend lines here. Let's remove that. Throw on our key moving averages. You can see the NASDAQ NDX is below the 7-day moving average. Next stop for your NASDAQ is what? Potentially the 20-day moving average. That could be troublesome. Looking at your SPX. What did SPX get rejected off of today? Your daily chart 7 moving average. A nasty little bearish. If SPX closes below yesterday's closing low, and more specifically this gap fill, that would be a very bearish close to the week. We obviously have a ton of time left in the session, but just understand if we get a close below that gap on SPX, which would be around 6,600, that would be bearish in the very short term. All right, send this QUBT into the graveyard. Take it negative. Take it down. JP Morgan, just rip the band-aid off and go negative. Oracle getting slaughtered today. Micron still under pressure. Oklo catching a little bit of a bid. Lululemon doing well today. Open Door down 5.56. Alibaba seeing some distribution. Google seeing some top wick distribution. Let's do a mid-sector check. I will post these sectors in the chat. Where are we? So, interestingly enough, guys, you still have quite a bit of strength across your S&P 500 sectors. Midday sector check, most of the Sectors are actually still green. Every single sector in the S&P is green except for your technology basket. Nice job, Peter. Good job. Peter nailed the short there. Western Digital, WDC, coming in a little bit heavier now. Look at this leading stock. It's been strong throughout the whole session. Coming in hot. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Coming in hot. Still have your semiconductors looking pretty heavy here. They're trying to stabilize SPY right now. Come on, QUBT. They could give SPY a little bit of a bounce here. They've defended here for the last few minutes. So it's an aggressive long level on SPY, but they could defend it there. They could. Still think the overall trend is down today and we should see more downside, but they're trying to defend your S&P 500 quite nicely. Trying to defend your S&P 500 just a little bit here. Still seeing some individual names performing quite well. It's just certain mega caps are under pressure. Clear rotation in certain semiconductors today. You have JP Morgan still selling off here, looking like it wants to go negative. Citigroup still holding steady but selling off. Bank of America into that gap window. Looks like financials are still going through a bit of sell side pressure. Look at regional banks doing the good old fashioned gap and crack. That is your heaviest sector in your IWM. So IWM, chances are that could go negative. Biotech still holding steady in your IWM, and you're seeing retail stocks still holding steady in your IWM. VFC, let's look at Victoria's Secret. Let's look at Nike here. Nike is imploding a little bit. Lululemon. Lululemon acting very, very well today. Very, very well. Kind of diverging here. Interesting. All right, they're trying to bounce your S&P 500 just a little bit. Dixie still softening, crude still at the highs. Lithium Americas Corp down 9.3, NEO down 6, Rigetti down 1, Nvidia down 1, Open Door down 5, Intel still up 2.5, IREN down 11.5%. What a freaking slam dunk of a short trade that we entered off of this 48.76 level. Absolutely clinical. All right, they're giving a little bit of a facelift to this equity market. SPY bouncing, IWMQs are bouncing. Big bounce, big bounce. A big bid up on SPY. They're defending some hourly chart levels on your S&P 500. Typically after a big reversal candle like that, you get a minimum of 50% retrace. Right now you're just chopping inside of this previous little new channel that we have. Now you had a breakout failure. Let's see if we can get back outside this channel. It just so happens to correlate with that 10-minute EMA 113. Prior day high can be a bullish level if you get back above that. I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss on my QUBT. Just a break-even stop loss. Markets are looking a little bit better here. Looking structurally more positive so far, bouncing quite nicely. You're seeing Nvidia get defended. The only thing is that crude oil is still a beast right now. Crude had a little bit of a dip and then right back to the highs. So that's still a problem. This crude is still a problem for the market. ACN, nice little bounce off of the lows. Still has a lot of work to do, but potentially trying to end the week with a little bit of a high volume weekly reversal signal. We will see if that is the case. QUBT catching a fat candle to the upside. SPY trying to shake and move to the upside. Nvidia, Micron, everything catching a bit. New high of day for crude. Tesla back to the positive side. You're seeing Snapchat catching a red to green reversal. Every time this company dips, Snapchat seems to be getting gobbled up on the long side. Very, very, very interesting. Tempest AI, let's see, that name is holding. A-Lab still under quite a bit of pressure. Bloom Energy, very strong bounce from Bloom Energy. Let's look at MP. Wow, MP getting sold into. It looked like it was bullish intraday, now struggling immensely. That's very interesting. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. JP Morgan, a little bit of top wick distribution, trying to hold steady here. What else do we got? Ford's having a good day today on the back of Trump announcements. Plug Power trying to catch a bit of a bid this morning. Moving up, how's Affirm doing? Wow, Affirm is so oversold here, getting absolutely crazy bludgeon to the downside. Maybe there's a long trade here on AFRM. Interesting. Interesting. AFRM, is it ready to go long? We shorted this one into the grave, making a nice profit. Now it's back testing some critical levels, getting slightly oversold intraday. Not a bad area on AFRM. All right, I'm going to take a high risk long trade on this AFRM, guys. High risk. Let me just see a couple things. Going to take some 0 DTE call options. Guys, I took some lotto calls on AFRM. Size that appropriately. It is a lotto. We will see what happens there. That is a complete lotto. We'll see what that's doing. QUBT still trying to move. Still short this QUBT. SPY still trying to hold steady, getting some little bit of top wick distribution. Again, size of firm, it is a lotto, meaning that it has a much lower probability of working out, but an interesting level, going for a bit of a dead cap reversal bounce on AFRM. Still short QUBT, still have quite a lot of other positions working. IONQ OCO is still struggling on the session, but they have bounced with the market. The market is still trying to hold somewhat steady here. SPY is into that little bit of a channel zone. Just to let you know, this AFRM is tiny position in my portfolio. Still at the highs. Dollar trying to firm up. SPY running into a little bit of sell side. JP Morgan financials continuously showing some distribution. S&P running into some selling. QUBT coming in. SPY coming in. JP Morgan heavy. Nvidia running into some sell side pressure. JP Morgan almost about to go negative on JPM, ladies and gents. Come on down, QUBT. Come on down. Again, I was looking for put options on QUBT. Yeah, I know. We were talking about Kevin upgrades on app 11 to 810 per share. Craziness. Crazy. But I was looking at put options on QUBT, but the spread was just too wide. It was a 100% spread, so I just decided to go in with common shares. And that's working out quite nicely. Affirm falling a little bit. S&P getting rejected a little bit. Jeez, my. Come on, QUBT. Come on down, QUBT. Western Digital still falling. JP Morgan still falling. A little bit of top wick selling off of Nvidia, backtesting its opening range high. SPY loses this OR low. We could be heading down to a prior day lie. Look at the fall on QUBT. Stunning rejection there. Come on, give us new lows, QUBT. Maybe a little bit of a nasty head and shoulders on QUBT here. It has not triggered, but if this intraday head and shoulders were to trigger, I mean, wow, look at what we're talking about. 1840 on QUBT. I doubt it's going to happen, but stranger things, man. On a Friday, options, zero DTEs. You never know. There's been so much momentum in quantum names that people just buy, 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 buy. So could market makers get real nasty with it and just trap all that bullish liquidity? There's so much FOMO in quantum right now. It's unbelievable. And I've been doing my best to try to keep people away from it. These quantum names are exceptionally expensive. There will come a buying point. I'm watching them every day. We will go long at some point, but not yet. All right, Affirm struggling. Looks like those lottos are going to be cooked, but that's okay. We'll see what happens here. SPY still struggling. Come on, QUBT, pay us. Pay us. Again, I'm looking at trimming 250 of my shares, half the position, around this TP1. Looking to trim it around 6%. So we are coming in hot and heavy here for QUBT. I will be trimming half of my position, and then I'll leave 250 shares running. Come on, QUBT. Break that little neckline. Break it. SPY trickling lower here. SoFi struggling. IONQ down 3.5. OCLO down 5. Micron about to go negative. You're seeing certain other names get sold into. Names that were strong off the open are starting to come in a little bit. JP Morgan looking full bear. Financials looking nasty with it. We are looking downright dirty. Affirm new lows. Sorry about that Affirm trade. Looks like I'm gonna lose a couple $100 there. That's okay. QUBT, pay me. QUBT, pay me. SPY still struggling here. Boeing still up 3.6. SOX ETF SOXS up 2.5. OCO down 6. IONQ down 3.7. Come on, short these quantum names into the ground. Again, SPY looks like it's going to go to gap fill, guys. Looks like it could even target this prior day, looking at how weak the Qs are. QQQs. Actually, Qs are trying to stabilize a little bit. Russell still technically trying to backtest that trend line zone. Believe it or not, the hourly chart pattern on SPY is actually holding okay. It looks like a head and shoulders, but you've made a low, a higher low, another higher low on the hourly chart, another higher low. Right now, this 38 minutes left in this hourly candle, you're trying to make your first hourly lower low, but there's still quite a bit of time for them to save it. So if you were to get a close within this 38-minute candle above this hourly low, which right now we're above it, that's actually bullish. It's actually bullish. But we've triggered a breakdown of that OR low. Technically, price action is an aggressive short off that area. BBAI down 4.9. Tesla's still green. JP Morgan trying to hold steady. Oracle is still just a dog today. Trying to give us a bit of a higher low attempt here. Still struggling though. Gold still doing well. Crude still doing really well. Bitcoin's gone back to the dark side, negative on the session. Bitcoin under 109 again, starting to sell off a little bit heavier for BTC. Strong move for ACN today. Let's look at TTD. That's still trickling lower, guys. I want TTD to come lower. Come on, please fall. Let's look at Humana. That's still coming in. UNH. That's gone to the dark side. CNC still holding steady. MRK getting smoked again. J&J. Wow, J&J looking strong. Daily chart strength. Pfizer under a lot of pressure. Let's look at HIMS. Hims is a ripper today. How's Oscar doing? OSCR, ripping. TM, still trying to hold some strength. Planet Labs, just a beast right now. Crazy, crazy, crazy. QUBT getting sold into. Crude oil. Oh my god, look at crude oil, guys. Daily chart breakout. XLE ripping. XOM ripping. Valero, just a beast. A one-way freight train to the upside. Quality stock there on Valero. All right, QBT breaking down here. Pay us. Take us. Pay us on the short trade. Come on. SPY still trying to hold some technical structure here. There's a cluster of moving averages here on QBT, but I am going to remove that just so we can see the chart a little bit easier. Come on down, QUBT. SPY right now trying to get back above that OR low. I am seeing a bit of accumulation trends coming in. Looking at IONQ, still looking like an H pattern trying to play out. We are up nicely, guys, on IONQ short. Come on, pay us more. Pay us more. Where I'm looking for a bit of a profit zone, and this is a day trade from a few days ago. I'm looking for a cover on my day trade short right at this low retest. That was a big pre-market low level that we whipped into, and then they just vroom, sent it soaring intraday. It was like, oh my god, I couldn't believe that price action that day. It gives me nightmares. It still haunts me. I've been dreaming about these quantum shorts, you know. Oklo as well, still short. Day trade, I also have swing shorts on the table, which are a little bit more time on the clock, but common shares are up about $2, but god, I've sat through some nasty pain on Oklo. And I know a bunch of you as well, but look at the weekly chart. Look how much we could still retest here. You look at this retrace from your low pivot here to your high pivot. We've only just broken this week that first 236 fib level. So we could still have an easy retrace down to 96 on Oklo. Obviously, it's going to be pending what uranium does. Uranium has also been very strong, but I'm expecting uranium to come down at least to 45.50, and then this weekly low retest. So we'll see what happens there. QUBTS trying to survive a little bit down here. Still riding a little bit of that lotto trade, but I don't know if those are going to work out. Affirm. It could still play out, but we got an Affirm lotto long. We got a QBTS short on deck. We got a lot of swing shorts with members working out. No indice trades for me, other than the initial one off the open. But come on. Dixie catching a bid. Uh-oh. This is where the markets could be into trouble. Dollar trying to firm up. Crude oil just absolutely flying. Holy moly. Crude is just a one-way freight train right now. That is just impressive. Impressive. I would short crude today. I would do a scalp short. Let me just see here. Gosh, it's a dangerous short. But I would consider a short into the 66.50 zone. I would consider it if it were to just squeeze up into there. Maybe. Short, maybe. Scalp, not a swing, just a scalp day trade. Maybe. Let's just see this. Yeah, we're getting stretched here. So we'll keep crude on watch. Yeah, you're trading at 81 intraday. So if we keep squeezing, yeah, look at that 20-minute chart on crude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive 20-minute green candles. Quite impressive. Very impressive. Let's see this trend line where it intersects. Still trying to come in. QUBT, come on, pay us, pay us. TP1 very close. Affirm trying to firm up a little bit. Come on, Affirm. If we can get these lottos in the money, that would be pretty crazy. Long shot. SPY getting rejected off of OR low. Watch out. If you're in calls, you better watch out. Those longs are going to get slaughtered. Crude oil in the Dixie too strong. You better not be trading your calls here because SPY could get slapped right back down here. This is a very risky position to go long. Your better long levels off of this previous trend line around 650, 670. Technically speaking, the trend right now has broken to the downside with mega cap tech weak. You need to recapture this opening range low. You need to recapture this OR low before you need some closing candles above this opening range low, and then even more so, you need to recapture prior day high. The fact that you had 1, 2, 3 10-minute candle closes above prior day high, and then you got slapped right back down is not a good sign. But if you can recapture this on a closing 10-minute basis, then the indices can push back to the highs of the tape. Let's see where pre-market low is. So pre-market low on SPY, look at that. All the way down at 657. That could be a bounce level for SPY. You can see it's at volume wick. So watch that pre-market low level. I'll just keep that on there for now. Taking a seat. Oh. Come on, QUBT, triggering that head and shoulders. Pay us. IONQ still looking downright filthy, guys. Look at them dump IONQ. And this is why I went into QUBT, because IONQ was so weak. And to me, IONQ is one of the leaders on the session. You still have QUBT positive, QBTS positive. Rigetti has also turned negative. Interesting price action here in the tape. JP Morgan's still looking heavy, like it wants to go lower. Open door down 5.94%. Snapchat's still struggling. Nvidia's still struggling. SE. All right, so volume is starting to thin out here, which does actually support a bit of a bounce, guys. Volume in the markets is thinning out. So this is actually, you can see the volume on SPY starting to decline, which is telling us that they could pop this market. It's an aggressive long. You could keep tight stop loss. The trend is still down, but if you're an aggressive trader, you can potentially take a stab on the long side. I still think we can retest PM low, but it's an aggressive long level just based off of lighter volume here. But I'm not taking it. I'm not personally taking it. I still think we can go lower, but it is an aggressive long. You are trying to firm and create a little bit of some higher lows here on the 1-minute chart. But I still am skeptical of this market today. QUBT firming up. I'm seeing Nvidia showing some accumulation. JP Morgan trying to bounce just a touch here. SoFi still looking somewhat bearish. You can see them bouncing SPY here. IWM trying to retrace and push. QQQ. Seeing a nice little bid here in QUBT, uranium trying to firm up just a little bit, firm still weak, Nvidia still under OR low, SPY still under OR low. You can see it's really struggling here. The dollar's trying to firm up, crude oil tapping 66.10, seeing a little bit of reversal on WTI. Ford still ripping, rig still green, IREN still falling, BBI still under pressure, Cypress still under pressure, Tesla still doing well, Plug Power slightly green, Lithium Americas Corp coming in, Rigetti down, JP Morgan still trying to bounce, Oklo still down 6.35%, Boeing still ripping, Oracle struggling on the session. Projection there on SPY. Again, they're kind of burning some theta and premium. The problem with the market is you have the dollar now trying to firm up just a little bit. So that could be potentially wanting to push your S&P lower here. You can see we're just forming this nasty consolidation wedge. Pattern is coiling for a pretty big move right now. We'll see which way they want to break the pattern, if it's up and out. Again, technically you're still in bearish environment, below your opening range, below your prior day, below your 1 minute EMA. Struggling right here on SPY. Really, really struggling. You can see your QQQ also struggling below its opening range. IWM is holding a little bit steadier here. It's above its OR low, so a little bit more relative strength in your small caps today. Still looking to press this QUBT down into the ground, guys. We are still looking to ride this into TP1. We're up nicely on the trade. It is working out quite well. IONQ still pressing that short. Oklo, that one still needs to friggin' burn. Burn. They need a nuclear bomb, Oklo. Come on, Oklo. You know, they're gonna send that to new lows on the session. Oklo's looking like it. I just want them to crater Oklo. I want them to crater Oklo, guys. I absolutely despise this stock until I make money on it. You know, I sat through a crazy drawdown on Oklo. I was down 26% on my day trade. And now we're basically up a couple percent. But I want to see Oklo. I want to see Oklo back to this gap fill 95 and then 80. I still think Oklo today can head to this 105 level. And you know, this little head and shoulders pattern, maybe I don't like the fact that your left shoulder's so tiny, but let's just say this triggers on Oklo. Takes us down to about 75, 76. Imagine that happens. That would be pretty crazy. That would be pretty crazy. But yeah, Oklo's still looking heavy. Let's look at uranium real quick. URA still coming in. Come on down, QUBT. Take it negative. Take it negative. Take it negative. All right, so let's just check the sectors of the S&P 500. Midday sector check. You still have all sectors green except for technology, XLK. So every sector is green except for XLK. Utilities and energy are outperforming, so you're seeing money moving defensively. And granted, energy stocks are strong, so therefore XLE and energy should be rallying. Lumber is positive on the session. Copper's down. QUBT fallen. I want to get paid on that. Come on down, QUBT. All right, guys, TP1 is coming up fast for QUBT. TP1 is coming up really fast. SPY getting rejected, continuous rejection off that OR low. The more rejections we get off of this opening range low, the likelier it is that we're going down into the ground. I think what they're going to do is slap the markets down and then give us a facelift into the end of the day. Selling here, SPY seeing more distribution. Wow, look at IREN, guys. IREN is getting slapped. Slapped. You know, this is the problem with chasing these thematic trades that just absolutely run. What a clinical short there on IREN. Oh my goodness. Gracious me. Looking at XLK, this is where your weakness is in the market. That's hurting certain semiconductors, hurting mega cap tech. Will we see Microsoft just turn red on the session? Nasty looking candle for Microsoft. Apple under some pressure today. Let's look at Meta. Meta continuously seeing some downside pressure, not looking too good. Amazon has bounced nicely, but seeing some distribution. Wow, I didn't even realize Amazon hit that area. Interesting. Let's look at these crypto stocks again. MSTR still struggling below 300. BTC still struggling. Ethereum still struggling here. Boeing still trying to push to the upside. Let's look at GFS coming in sharply. Restoration Hardware, new lows. Wow, look at that reversal. That was a crazy short to pop, guys. Wow, filthy $11 move down. That is nasty. Absolutely nasty. QUBT. Look at that topping tail, or look at that tail candle. Not a topping tail, but a nice reversal candle. QUBT still coming in. Apologies about a firm, but that was just a tiny trade. Basically, my profits on QUBT are well covering that. Let's look at SPY. Again, SPY under pressure. SPY breaking. SPY breaking. Bit of a bear flag. Tesla. Tesla could be a short today. Open door. Selling off here. Down about 7% on OPEN. Not looking too good. BBAI. New lows for BBAI. Getting bludgeoned. Wow. What a nice exit on our BBAI. That one I do have another long level which we will re-enter at, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. CNC still pumping. SMCI getting smoked today. Nasty. Marvell under pressure. Lululemon. Nice day for Lulu. Trying to firm up. JP Morgan still trying to bounce. IONQ now down 5% on the tape. Still trying to defend your S&P 500 here. They are defending it. JP Morgan's bouncing, Nvidia's selling, Dixie still trying to push. Come on. I want to trim this QUBT, guys. We're going to trim it very shortly here. Here we go. Here we go. It is selling off. Take us into TP1. Come on. IONQ selling off more now, down 5.4. Oklo getting heavy with the S&P. Look at Oklo down at the lows. IONQ, we're still printing on that short. Come on, SPY. Dumpy dumpy. Give us a new low. Come on, SPY. Here we go. If you want to try to buy that pre-market low, it's aggressive. It's very aggressive, but it could potentially work. Nice decline in the equity markets. Stunning price action. Beautiful. Come on, QUBT. Hit my frickin' target. Hit it. Hit it. Don't bounce it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oklo now under 110. Come on down, Oklo. Come on down. You still have Micron slightly green. Boeing still strong. ACN still green. Western Union slightly green. WDC curling down. Tesla still up on the session nicely. Apple struggling today. Nvidia struggling. Meta struggling. Google still green. Microsoft just barely green. And Amazon just barely green. Bitcoin slightly negative today, under 109,000. It does not want to seem to firm up just yet. Wow, look at that fake breakdown on SPY. Yikes, that is a big bid. All right, guys, I'm going to cover some of my QUBT here. I'm going to cover half. Didn't hit TP1, but I'm taking some profits because I don't like that reversal on SPY. So I just trimmed at 2091, trimmed half of my QUBT. Let's actually move that TP1 up now. So there we go. Made a nice 4.7% on that trade. So I'm still holding 250 shares short, QUBT, break even stop. But that was a big reversal on SPY. It looked like they did a fake breakdown, popped it. You're still underneath that OR low, but SPY's looking a bit more constructive here. It really is. Let's see if these Affirms can wake up here. Affirm catching a decent little bid here. That would be a crazy trade if those went to 78 today. That would be insane. But just a lot of chop and slop in the main indices. Just a little chop and slop. JP Morgan, really big bid in JPM, guys. Really stunning bid. All right, SPY catching a nice reversal here. Trying to recapture that pre-market. So a bit of a liquidity grab, fake breakdown here. Let's see if they can build some structure. They could easily slap it right back down, but they're trying to firm it up here a little bit. And the volume is really thinned out right now. Volume is thinned out, so SPY's getting a nice pump here. Potential little W pattern forming on SPY. That is a bullish pattern. So just protect, if you're shorting things, just protect them. What would it be? A retrace back to prior day low would still have us up 6.7. The neckline would be about 6.6. Okay, we'll see. We will see what happens here. So it looks like SPY, they're going to press it back to 660. Looks like that. Your dollar's softening a little bit. Ford still ripping. Neo ripping. Intel still ripping. Boeing still strong. What else do we have here? It's like a Palantir. Still a little weak. AMD. Yeah, AMD is getting slaughtered here. Your biggest weighting in the SOX. That's coming in hot and heavy here. SOX ETF still looking weak here. Taiwan Semi still weak on the session. So you still have some key semiconductors really weighing in on this market, guys. Your QQQ is still seeing distribution, so just understand that. Qs are still in a very bit of a bearish environment. Financials had a nice little bid again. JP Morgan, IWM still trying to hold steady. Interesting. Oklo. Excuse me. Be right back, guys. Peter's looking about ice for a swing touching the 200 SMA, daily oversold. Georgiana entered it yesterday for a long, little bit of confluence in ticker ICE. Interesting. Let's look at ICE here. So I have the 200 MA here at 170, so it's pierced that. Let me just make sure my daily 200 is at here at 170. On the weekly chart, I do have us back testing the weekly 50. You pierced it, getting a bounce now. Not a bad area. You also have a decent 50% fib retrace that you're trying to get back above. Let's see this area. Yeah, it's a pretty strong area. It's a pretty strong area for sure. Retest of this wide range red bar breakdown. You pretty much back tested 50% of this impulse green candle bar. Yeah, not a bad area. Nicely oversold. Weekly chart momentum is slightly down still, but this one's probably going to bounce a little bit, and then I think it'll back and fill. It'll create probably a little bit of a range, so let's just see how far we could bounce here on this. So I would expect this one to probably now create a bit of a range here. I think you're probably going to bounce, chop around a little bit. You know, you're probably going to bounce up, come back down, bounce up a little bit, and then break out. So it should give you a nice little bounce here at minimum. Not bad for a long-term play. Nice little positive divergence on your daily. But the big breakout is you want to see this weekly RSI basically start to churn up and get back above that 50 level. But yeah, it's a big level. Big level. So not a bad area, that's for sure. Boeing. BABA going for another high of day breakout. Go Boeing. Fly, fly, fly. Fly, 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 Boeing. EST still looking good. IWM looking really good. So this is a really big level for SPY. You're hitting the two channels. The two channels are confluencing. You got this bigger channel. You got that little mini channel. You're back testing that 10-minute EMA 113 where you saw rejection yesterday. So this is a really big level for the market. You have to respect that it is technical resistance, so you probably see some selling, but very bullish the fact that SPY was able to recapture prior day high and low. But they're just chopping this market. It could be one big bear flag in the market forming, but we will see. Right now, the market's still just chopping around, chopping choppy. I'm just eating some lunch here. Oklo still getting slapped around. IONQ still getting slapped around. QUBT still under quite a bit of pressure. Still looking for this name to go lower. Nice little rejection on QUBT off that little neckline. It is an aggressive short zone on SPY. You wait for the next little pop and then you can look to fade it. But any sort of a close basically above that 666, 660.06, your 10-minute EMA 113, you would likely have to stop out of the trade. Quantum stocks are under a lot of pressure today, and I absolutely love it. Oklo under pressure today, I love it. Georgiana looking at eHealth, ticker E. What's the ticker of that? eHealth? EHTH, almost spells ETH. Volume check, little thin for me. Little thin. Average 30-day, 245,000 volume. Tough for me to trade this one, but let's look at what we got. 389. Yeah, I mean, you're not at a bad area here. I've definitely seen worse. All right, so we're chopping in a bit of a range here on eHealth. Basically, eHealth needs to get back above this little broken trend line here. It is actually trying to flatten out the 7-week and 20. So you're potentially setting up a bullish cross of the 7 and 20. So, just treat this one as a bit of a lotto. It's a low priced equity. 389. Technical picture's not looking terrible. This, as long as you don't lose this impulse green candle bar, this remains a long. But just understand this name, it can low priced equity, low volume. They could overshoot technical levels to pretty big degrees. Nvidia selling off pretty sharply here. Meta still down 1, and Apple down 0.58. Microsoft looks like it wants to go back to the negative side. A chop and slop in this market. Tough to trade the indices. No real directional trend yet. All right, we're looking like Nvidia's getting some sell side rejection here. Stuck under its opening range low, world's largest company, putting some strain on this market. Never a good sign. You do have your dollar forming a bit of a double bottom, so that could also be an indication of more sell side pressure to come. Looking at that Dixie chart, nice potential double bottom. So watch out. Watch out. Protect your positions. What is MRM? You're still seeing quantum stocks under a little bit of sell side pressure here. Good to see. I don't mind that at all. QUBT still coming in hot and heavy here. Chop it down, baby. QUBT breaking down. Dixie still trying to firm up. Crude oil going for another high of day push. We're still seeing this market under a bit of sell side pressure. Nvidia seeing more heavy distribution. We could be going downtown on SPY. Could be forming a bit of a bear flag. Back under PDH, never a good sign. So again, guys, the market is chopping people up and around. It is a very, very nasty, nasty session here. QBT paying us a little bit more now. Come on. Nvidia is trying to stabilize. It's a daily chart formation on Duolingo. This is giving you two chances to get long. One initial sell, big bounce, boom, bigger sell off, higher low, breaking out, bit of a W pattern, looking very strong. Duolingo bouncing off a massive value area low, recapturing your weekly EMA. This is a big time monthly chart level as well. Back testing a monthly chart breakout to all-time highs. Back testing a bottoming tail on the monthly chart there. Nice reversal on Duolingo. Looks like the near-term lows are in probably for, I don't know, could be a year or two, maybe 3. But Duolingo acting exceptionally well here. Let's look at Mr. Uranium Dumpster Fire. Still selling off here on OKLO. Dumping to the downside. Come on, Oklo. Still looking to press this short down. Catching a little bit of a bid here. IONQ still looking very heavy here. Same thing with QUBT. So QUBT coming in sharply yet again. Selling off. IONQ still selling off. Let's look at Snowflake. Snowflake is still trying here. Oh, another down day for CDNS. I like it. I like it a lot. Hate when they do this. The spread on CDNS is so wide. So wide. Hate it. IONQ going for a new low of day. They are burning it into the ground. Straight here. QUBT goes negative. Look at them dumping quantum names, guys. We are getting paid on our quantum. IONQ new low of day. Take us downtown, baby. Let's go. We could see IONQ down to the 64 level today. We could see it down there. You are coming into a little bit of support here, but we could see IONQ. QUBT is coming into this trend line. That's where I'm looking to take additional profits, but nice job there. That's stunning. So now down 8.5%. Pushing. QUBT dumping. Looking at SWBI still looking very strong. Google's starting to see some distribution now. So Google breaking down, Nvidia breaking down, market is likely heading to the basement. JP Morgan softening up. Is at the low of day. Robinhood looks heavy here. Members, I just sent out a couple new alerts, both one in the options group, one in the common shares group. Just a couple new alerts. We are seeing the dollar trying to creep up here, trying to recapture PM low. You're seeing crude oil softening, so the markets could try to make a little bit of a move here. What is Atlas Lithium? ATLX? Yeah, you're getting a nice increase in volume here, showing some accumulation. Momentum trying to creep up positively. Yeah, not a bad attempt here at a squeeze for Atlas Lithium Corporation. Seeing a firm trying to wake up off of the lows here. Can we get our call zero D or can we get our zero DTs in the money here? It's got a lot of work to do, but it's trying to firm up. Just into my next trim level for QUBT, guys. Almost there. Oklo still down 8. Micron firming up. Nvidia is still struggling, down 1%. Tesla still ripping up 1%. LAC Lithium Americas Corp, that's down sharply today. Look at the rejection on LAC hitting its weekly 1-year moving average. The last time you hit this area, fell off of a cliff. Look at BATT breaking out here. A little extended, but phenomenal. QUBT still falling, guys. Our short is absolutely printing. Looking for a nice 10% gain here. Come on. Can we get a clean 10% on QUBT? Drop it. Drop it. Volume's really thinning out here on SPY. You're still technically holding low, higher, low, higher, low. Haven't given a higher high, but this is just a nasty chop range. A lot of chop and slop. People are getting eaten up and spit out. You have to be really quick and nimble with your entries. There's no real trend yet. We're either going to get a trend into the afternoon, a breakout trend, or a breakdown trend. I don't think they're going to keep chopping us like this. If they do, that would just be mean. That would be mean. You still have weakness in mega cap tech. Crude oil still strong. Dixie still strong. Intel still strong. Tesla still doing well. Meta down 1.3. Google positive slightly. Apple struggling on the tape. Microsoft turning red. Amazon up 0.5%. Still have relative strength in your IWM small caps. That is up to 0.28%. QQQ's negative. SPY is mixed positive. Majority of the sectors in the S&P 500 are still green. Actually, every single sector in the S&P 500 is still green on the session despite your XLK. All right, let me see what insider trading I can observe. It's now my midday afternoon check. All right, let's see what's going on. Okay, the director sells all of his shares. Oh, that's worth. Let me look at that name. Wow, guys, look at Affirm. Are these Affirm Lottos gonna take us in the money here? Oh my goodness, I thought these were dead. I thought these were dead. That would be crazy. I mean, it's a long shot, but you never know. You never know. Just a heads up, everyone, I covered the QUBT short. We are seeing the dollar, or sorry, crude oil starting to soften up here. That indicates a little bit more buying pressure could come in the S&P. AFRM lottos are starting to wake up. We're up about 20%, and I had a really bad entry. Some of you probably could have got this at like a penny, you know, 4 or 5 cents. But a firm is ripping now. We could be getting our $78 calls in the money. Those would be a huge gain. But we are seeing AFRM rip, 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 rip. Come on, baby. Punch it, punch it. And again, nice short trade on QUBT. Profits were secured. Okay. But let's see if our firm long can absolutely rip to the upside here. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. Now 50% on our firms. Come on, baby. Squeeze it. Take it green. If they were to take a firm green, it would have to get back to basically right at that $78 level. Yeah. Wow. Come on, baby. Look at them pushing a firm, guys. Up 100% on our firms. Let's go. Let's go. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on, baby. A little bit of a banger trade. I'm still holding. 100%. You know, I could take a couple $100 off the table, but I'm looking for $78 to get in the money. I want a really big banger here. We got a lot of time. Markets look a little bit more constructive. A firm squeezing. This stock could go green. Absolutely squeezing to the upside, guys. So nice job if you're able to take that trade with us so far. But we should see a firm looking like it wants to go green on the session. Your S&P 500 firming up. I am seeing financials and fintech catching a decent sized bid here. So we're seeing a little bit more positive flow coming into the market, and you can see why the S&P is getting a little bit of a push here. Crude oil, after having a huge run, is now pulling back just a little bit intraday. Crude oil has now pulled back from the highs of the session. Let me just get the measuring tool out here. It's pulled back by about 0.8% from the highs. Still positive on the tape, but definitely softening up a little bit. Market's looking a little bit more structurally sound here. SPY still ripping. Pull trying to catch a bid. Boeing still moving. We are ripping. Another profitable session here in the live trading room. Again, please hit that like button, guys. Look at SPY ripping. Come on, AFRM. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Squeeze it, baby. SPY right back to the high of that channel. We could see a firm start to really push here. Come on, give me some impulse candles. Go positive. Go positive, a firm. Get back above its 50-day moving average. Imagine they tried squeezing a firm back to that pivot. Up 5%. Wow. They are pushing AFRM, guys. They are pushing it. Come on. Big push on SPY right back to the high of that range. You can see on the 10-minute chart, you're back above that EMA. So far, a nice little bullish attempt. This is an aggressive short zone, but it's looking like the market's a little bit positioned for a little bit of a decent rally here. But technically speaking, the last couple times, this was a fade. This was a fade. We'll see if it turns into a fade here. Come on, pump up a firm. They've turned the NASDAQ QQQ green on the tape. Huh, baby. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Micron having a nice bid. Oklo trying to push. A lot more green starting to appear on the screen. CNC's ripping. Ethereum's now ripping. Take our calls in the money. Come on. Bitcoin now up 0.5%. Dixie getting faded. Let's look at BBAI. Is there a trade there for BBAI? Yeah, BBAI ripping. Interesting. How's Carvana doing? Ripping to the highs. UPST. Interesting. Let's look at CoreWeave today. CoreWeave taking a little bit. Circle, CRCL coming in a little bit. AMD probably going to catch a bid. Looking at Webull. Big bounce on Webull. Really big bounce on Webull. Who's doing that? ACN still trying to push here. The market is catching a decent sized bid. QQQ catching a fat reversal. Looking pretty solid here for your S&P 500. You're looking much more structurally sound. Take a firm green. Take a firm green. S&P ripping here. Your SPY is ripping. Look at the S&P going. Melt up. Melt up. S&P new all-time highs incoming. Not today, but maybe. Maybe new highs. We'll see what happens here. Let's do a fib retrace just to see where we are in the structural pattern. Coming into a 618 here on SPY. And you're trying to melt through it. Big push, guys. Big push on your S&P. Wow. Stunning move to the high side here. Breaking out of both channels. We are looking structurally a little bit better. Pre-market high is approaching. Market is looking much better now. All indices are green. Let's look at some of these China names on my other screen. IQ still coming in a little bit. BINI, that is down sharply today. Bollinger Innovations down, what is that, 27% on the session? Wow. Don't know why, but it is. Valero's still strong. Rig catching a bit. Let's look at this COHU. Coherent, that's catching a bit of a bid. Snapchat still negative. Fubo having a decent session. Looks like a firm's ready for its next little leg higher here. See this HSDT. That's had a big fall. How's BMNR doing today? BMNR is still negative on the session. Perhaps BMNR wants to turn green with Ethereum starting to push. We'll see if that one wants to firm up. Let's look at AEO. Let's try and catch a bid. Abercrombie and Fitch. How's Nike doing? Wow, Nike's just been decimated. Decimated. Considering most retail stocks have been strong, Nike piercing today the daily 200 moving average, losing the weekly 50. You've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of selling in Nike. SPY is still looking much better here. Lift is slightly green today. AR green. Steel stocks are acting A-OK. VIX is down, of course, on a Friday. Monster green. S&PS green. Baba is struggling. Lulu's nicely performing, up 1.8%. Costco's still down 1.93. So it's really weird. Costco went from this quarter 86 billion in revenue, and then its next quarter revenue projection is 66.9. So you're seeing a clear dip in Costco today. It is getting bought up with a nice little bottoming tail, but Costco's an interesting one. Let's look at these space stocks. RKLB, that's still under a little bit of pressure. ASTS, that's still under a little bit of pressure. Cypher again. Cypher Mining trying to firm up just a little bit. RKT. This is your aggressive back test. You should hold this channel. If you don't hold this channel, then you could sell all the way back down to the low of this range, and it could be a fake breakout. But so far, they're defending that initial little move. See if a firm wants to push. You got crude oil still softening just a little bit. Crude is still seeing some net sell side pressure. Oklo still under pressure. Solid day for Boeing. So again, we've taken a couple new trades with members today. One new option trade, one swing trade. So we'll see what, actually two new options trades. I stand corrected. Two new options trades. Closed out a couple positions. BlackBerry, So the market's looking structurally a little bit more bullish here, actually quite a bit more bullish. Nvidia's still kind of floundering underneath its opening range low, so that always is a concern. But you're seeing nuclear stocks, quantum names catch a bid, Qs are positive, Microsoft turning positive, Amazon pushing, Google pushing, Tesla still strong, Meta firming up. Seeing quite a bit. I'm just looking for additional charts here, just doing my little intraday scan. And a firm taking a bit of a breather. Looked like it was trying to firm up. SPY right now, still chopping around, potential little double top, trying to revert back to that little channel again, still chopping people. Dixie yields are still soft. I did just take another little option trade. Markets are looking bullish. Let's see if we can get our firm. Come on, we've been patient with the firm. A firm potentially has this inverted head and shoulders that it wants to target, which would indicate a firm going positive, and it could take us all the way to $79. These calls will probably be up. I don't even know. I don't even know. But we got a lot of time left for these affirm 78s to get in the money. We trigger this little bullish pattern and we're going to print on these. Let's see how much we can turn 200 bucks into. That's all I put in this trade is $200 at 10 cents a con. Let's see if we can get a nice 200 to 600, 200 to 1,000, maybe, maybe. If we hit it to 79.50, it could be a 5xer. Could be. Squeeze it. NVIDIA participate in this rally. We did take a few new trades today. A little bit of a longer term position. All right, I'm gonna look at some of these insiders because that's what I was focusing on before, and then I got sidetracked with this market. SPY is strong right now, guys. Very strong. Break out to the upside. Give us a move. Yes, sir. Bull is in bull mode. A bullish back test on bull. Can we get the breakout? Daily 7 and 20 crossover. Next is the 7 and 50 bouncing. Look what we just started. So I've been waiting patiently. We finally now have a daily chart EMA 113 forming. It's one of my favorite moving averages. But yeah, really, really nice move on bull there. I'm just looking at some insider activity. A lot of China names selling. There's been some insider selling in Baidu, some insider selling in Bilibili. There's been some insider selling in Oracle, but small amounts, nothing crazy. Proposed sale in that name. Sale, sale, sale. Let's look at that ticker. Fucking Affirm. Come on, Affirm. Don't trick us down here. So much accumulation in that name. That's crazy. That is crazy. More buy pressure in that name. Let's look at that ticker. I haven't traded this one before. Oh, that's why it's such thin volume. 7,000 shares. That's nothing. That's nothing. It's almost going green. SPY ripping. Trying to break out here on your S&P 500. SCLX. Again, we've done several new trades today. A little bit of a longer term plays into the end of the year, some into 2026. There's some very interesting charts for swing trading and investing. Very interesting. We've been super active. A lot of new positions, guys. A lot. Still looking. 10% owner liquidating. Wow, that's a big sell. 10% owner selling 11.9 million shares, totaling 191 million proceeds. Oh, they still got a ton of shares though. Okay, they still got quite a bit, but then that one sold half of their share, 8.8 million. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. All right, what else do we have? That's a small sell, small sell, small sell. Oh, that one's, oh, that's a few different insiders. Two different insiders. Let me take a peek at that stock. I'm not too familiar. 7.5 million in volume. That's decent. That's good enough. Market cap of this company is 21.52 billion. Interesting. That's some decent selling. So that CEO liquidated 133,000 shares, still has 42,000, selling majority. Selling more there, wow. See marks, that's another big liquidation. Really weird. Chart pattern is slightly mixed. Don't know if there's a trade there or not. Below your short-term moving averages, we'll see. Proposed sale in Broadcom AVGO, 75,000 shares being liquidated by an affiliate, 25.2 million proceeds. Proposed price is at 333.77. A little bit of selling by the chief legal officer in Meta, but barely anything. Yeah, I see that. See Carvana sale there too, but that's pretty small. Pretty small. Doesn't look like a firm wants to break out, unfortunately. JP Morgan's ripping. JP Morgan back to all-time highs. Absolute beasting. Yeah, firm's giving up the goods now, unfortunately, not wanting to cooperate and break out. SPY still holding steady. Meta still struggling on the session. Big decline there on firm, unfortunately. A little bit of a fake breakout. Big push on SPY there. Really big push. You're still seeing the markets acting very, very well. S&P grinding higher. You're getting a lot of participation from the entire market. We look at RSP here at the highs of the tape along with the S&P. Every sector still green. You're getting a little bit more participation from XLK. You've had the Qs go from red to green. So the market's looking like a little bit of a potential trender into the end of the session. And then maybe at the end of the day, you'll see a little bit of sell side pressure. I'm probably going to end this stream a little bit early. I'm still just doing some scans across the entire market looking for additional trade setups. I have raised a little bit of cash over the last couple weeks with some of the winners. Looking to deploy some more cash as there's continuous opportunities, but the market's definitely looking like it's trying to trend still. A firm, unfortunately, a little bit disappointing. Still has a chance to try to push up, but it needs to really start to make a move here in the afternoon, or else those calls, little auto calls, will not really be worth much of anything. Had an opportunity to take 100%, but again, I was looking for more. I was being greedy. If we look at SPY here on the 3-minute chart, you can see SPY is still grinding, breaking out of its channels, looking quite positive. Next channel really is all the way up here now, if it wants to. You could easily push to 663, backtest that neckline. The firm really, really struggling on the tape. It's okay though. All right, let's see what else we got. Again, you want to be looking for new trading opportunities when markets pull back. You want to see what charts are giving you bearish signals. You want to see if you spot any capital rotation trends. We've certainly deployed quite a bit of cash. A lot of new tickers. A lot of good value plays. Finance. Whoa, look at that chart. Tapping the weekly 200 moving average, putting in a weekly hammer candle. Not bad, not bad at all. I'll keep that one on watch. Average volume, a little thin on the volume side. Crude oil is still softening up quite substantially here. Expo. A lot of interesting looking small cap charts with built inside the IWM. Quite a few. A lot of stocks, even with this pullback in the market, have shown some impeccable resiliency. SMCI is at an interesting area again, but still think semis are a little iffy. BRBR, Bell Ring Brands, that's been decimated. I have done work on that before. Back testing an area. We'll continue to look here. Wow, that's been crazy. Might be one of the strongest charts. Strong stock still, breaking out. S&P seeing a little bit of softening. Just a little bit. Snapchat still under a bit of pressure. Gold still holding steady. Nat gas coming in. Bitcoin softening. Crude oil still softening. For integrations, electronic semiconductors. I haven't traded this ticker before. A new semiconductor play. Interesting. What do we have here? Nice little negative divergence. Very oversold. Is the company even profitable? That's the question. Revenue 118 million. Let's look at these financials here. EPS estimates annualized. Wow, actually it's looking to grow. 2025 to $1.31 to $1.70. What is that? A compounding rate of? Let me just see. So 2025 EPS $1.31. Then it jumps to $1.70. So it's a 30% EPS growth, and from $26.70 to $2.15. About a 20-25% there. Interesting. Is the company profitable? Let's take a peek. Revenue has dipped off since 2021, which is why the company has been struggling. Could be a little bit of a longer term play. Let me look at its balance sheet, income statement. So it is growing quarterly. Revenue seeing a little bit of a decline. Balance sheet, cash flow. Let's look at its balance sheet. Total assets, 828 million. starting to fall off of a cliff here. That's the main reason the markets are pushing here. Crude is just getting absolutely dusted. So it looks like SPY could probably push to 662.88. A little bit of resistance here at our opening range high, but I think they could push us through here. It's looking pretty strong in the market right now. You're getting some participation again from the entire market. Things are certainly looking more constructive here. It's a clean back test. Yeah, we're trending higher. I think we can go all the way up to here. See this new channel I have? Um, I think we can go up to 662. It's an upsloping target, so 662.90, 663. In a really big squeeze, we could easily retest that previous little bearish neckline. So you could test that head and shoulders neckline pretty easily. But market's not looking bad at all. Not looking too bad. Still have NVIDIA weak on the tape. but it has bounced nicely off of the lows. Ba-da-bum-ba-bum-bum. All right, this chart pattern has got some momentum. This back test. Dragonfly. Yeah, it's beasting today, up another 12%. High amount of short interest in this name, so I think you got about 30% of the float short, and it's a tiny market cap stock, so still beasting. I'm looking for more of a pullback, but wow, just an absolute beast. It is a relentless, so we've been hammering on that one, took our profits, and look at it, it's even going higher, you know, but crazy. I was expecting a little bit more choppiness, but remarkable as to how strong that is holding up. Looking at another drone stock, UMAC is one that's had a similar pullback to DPRO. Back testing that 7-day, it also could also push a little bit. We'll see. But crazy. DPRO strong, very strong. DPR will probably give us a pullback. It's getting quite a little bit more attention these days. Should give us a pullback. Not a short. I wouldn't dare short that one. It's too small of a market cap, but getting there. Eventually it'll be a short. I'm trying to make a little bit of a move here. It's trying. Can see this VST, guys, breaking out new highs of the session. Very, very bullish ticker. Can't keep it down for long. VST, quality fundamentals, quality technical back test yesterday. Very strong fundamentals, VST. Very, very strong. Bull making a nice move. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. You're seeing a lot more momentum creeping into the market. You're still seeing names holding structure, Boeing making a push, VST pushing, JP Morgan holding, Adobe looking constructive, ACN moving. You got Webull firming up, Skyworks is looking good, ACN looking good. A lot more stocks pushing. So this market's very strong right now. Volume's light, tough market to short. Looks like we want to keep pushing into the end of the day. Maybe they keep grinding us, but very tough market to short. The fact that we're back above our pre-market high level here is quite bullish. If you were to fall below that area, then you could look for some shorts, but above pre-market high, very strong tape right now. I would not even try to fade this rally just yet. We are touching that OR high again, so I mean, there's a little bit, but we're not really seeing any sort of big volume selling off of that zone. I am gonna have to make some errands today. It's a Friday. Got to do a couple little things. I'll keep the stream going. Um, Probably hop back on the mic at some point. But it's been a great session for us. Great week. Really good week. Um, Still riding these Affirm lottos in hopes that they get a nice impulse green candle pop to take our 78s in the money. It's a long shot, but that's what it was at the start of the trade. We had a chance to take 100%, waited. Let's see if that patience gets rewarded. Again, we've done quite a bit of accumulation with member trades. We've closed some trades, trimmed some trades, taken new positions, both in the longer term investment portfolio as well as the option trading group. So there's going to be a lot of interesting movements across the market. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you, you too. But we'll see what happens here into the end of the close. Again, I think they keep the market fairly elevated and then maybe a little bit of a later afternoon sell, profit taking into the weekend. But pretty good reaction off of the lows, very strong reversal on the Qs. You still have a lot of broad market leadership today. You just simply look at all of your sectors. Your sectors are very strong and green on the session. Crude oil has pulled back. So it's been a very interesting week, I should say. Data today coming out this session showed positive data across the board. It softened up yields again. It softened up the dollar a little bit. It softened up nat gas. And the big thing to watch here is as long as crude still softens up here, the market can keep trending. If crude starts to make a push back for the highs, then you better look out because that is kind of what the market is looking at right now. Crude has basically tried breaking out of this high pivot and is getting slightly sold into, almost kissing that daily 200 moving average. So we will see. So again, JP Morgan, another leader. Watch that one. It's still trading into all-time highs. Also made a strong recovery. Very strong recovery. Dixie also getting faded, so that supports additional higher price in the market, at least for intraday. So you can see the dollar pretty much had a strong start to the morning and got faded. It's been getting faded all day. So that's a very strong move down for the Dixie. Boeing still consolidating quite nicely, looking like Boeing wants maybe a new high of day. Webull absolutely flying today. Western Union having a good session. ACN having a really good session. Let's look at Tesla here. Tesla just grinding higher and higher. Google still grinding. Your Russell 2000 still grinding above your 10-minute EMA. Interesting. Great profits on our QUBT. We ended up covering that after I saw some flow coming in, accumulation before this big pop. Still a very choppy environment for your quantum names. I'm still holding IONQ, a fairly decent sized short position in that name. Not looking to take that name off the table until we get at least down to the 63. Don't think it'll happen today, you never know, but we'll certainly find out. AFRM still just waiting here, chopping around. Again, a couple key observations is your sectors. You still see all sectors of the market are green right now, guys. So every single S&P sector green. Strength in utility, strength in consumer discretionary, strength in energy, strength in real estate, strength in materials. Staples are lagging a little bit. But every sector of the S&P is green. You take a look at this. And you can see it's a broad-based reversal to the upside. Not one single sector is red. So very solid performance for the market today. Very solid. And you still have Nvidia, Apple, and Meta red. So if those names can turn green on the tape today, then you could push up quite substantially. So we could still easily see the S&P float higher here, just purely based off of your three other mega caps trying to turn green. And when you look at Nvidia's chart, NVIDIA 5-minute looking pretty flaggy. Looks like it's going to pop to the upside. Apple is still struggling on the session, but looking like it's also wanting to potentially pop here late in the afternoon. Meta a little bit weaker on the session, but nice bounce on Meta off of that 740 area. Filling its daily gap down there, really, really solid. Really solid. All right, guys, I might be back for power hour, just depending on how long my errands take me. But again, nice trading with you all, and we'll see you hopefully back for power hour. And the thesis around a firm, if this pops into 78, hopefully, then I'd look to trim those lottos. Okay. All right, so we have seen the S&P 500 just consolidate here into the end of the day, holding positive structure like it still wants to potentially push here into the end of the day, bouncing off of that pre-market high level, holding technical structure, not looking too bad at all. Looking at some of these quantum names, IONQ still remains pretty weak on the tape. Not really seeing much follow through in that ticker. VST remarkably strong right now at the highs. You did have some news on EA popping to the upside. Oklo, I still want that name to go down to the lows of the session. Um, let's look at QUBT. Look at QUBT, guys, dumping down. So anyone still holding that, you could have made 10%. It actually hit that TP2 target level, but they absolutely just knifed QUBT. Nasty, nasty breakdown there. In that ticker, still a very strong day for ACN, very strong day for WU. DocuSign trying to catch a little bit of a bull. Webull has pulled back a little bit into the day here, catching a little bit of a bid. Strong day for Adobe today. Adobe breaking out into the end of the session here, trying to muster up some strength. Adobe looking very, very good. Let's look at TTD. If there's any tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, now's the time. We've got 20 minutes till the close. I will have more videos and analysis for members. We'll discuss the weekly sectors. There's a couple other insider transactions I want to look at a little bit more over the weekend to discuss. But yeah, it's been a good week. Really, really good week. Let's see what else is going on here. Snapchat trying to bounce. Quality company, guys, that not a lot of people talk about is this DRS. DRS is a very solid stock, fundamentally driven. It's a little bit more of a stock that flies under the radar. It's pretty lower priced equity, around 43.8, so it makes it a nice ticker to trade. Moves quite well, but not a lot of people talk about this name, DRS. But I think that DRS come with the end of year is probably back to the highs of the session or back to 52-week highs. Very, very strong, strong ticker, both technically and fundamentally. It responds to technical levels quite well. You can see the larger trend is still very strong up and to the right. Peter, you're wanting to look at a few stocks here. Let's look at, all right, we can take a peek at some of these names. TPVG. Yeah, so technically TPVG has been absolutely decimated. Venture-backed growth stage company. Current PE is 5.75. Forward PE 5.5. Price target around the street is about $6.75. Provides debt and equity financing to venture capital-backed companies, especially in tech, life sciences, healthcare, and clean tech. Specializes in secured loans, unitranche facilities, subordinate debt, equity company investments. Strategies to partner with VC firms and offer flexible capital solutions to high growth startups. Interesting. Not too familiar with this ticker, so it's really I think the first time I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's got a decent track record, 2014, but in a heavy downtrend. Let's just see what we have here for channels. So long-term channel. It's in a heavy downtrend. I don't know why it's underperforming so well. Maybe it's just the higher interest rate environment that we've been in over the last couple of years. Perhaps that's the reason. I don't really like it. Heavy downtrend doesn't look like it's even close to being ready. Still looks like a short. Still looks like a short. I mean, it looks like we're going back down to COVID lows. It's got quite a bit of potential downside still. That's your low. You don't even have a monthly divergence building just yet. I mean, maybe a little one, but it looks still really weak. Really weak. 3 weeks down. Tough name to get behind alongside. It's looking like a short, but really, I mean, what's the market cap right now? 11.27 billion. Not something I can trade. Church and Dwight. A little bit of a household name here. Current market cap 21 billion. Forward PE 24.79. So Church and Dwight has been trading with the whole staple sector. Staple stocks have been weak. Therefore, CHD has been pretty weak. You can see you're testing a really big level here. This green moving average is your 1 year moving average on the weekly chart. So technically it's your 365 week moving average. That's a big area. The last time we tested was your COVID collapse. And you saw the bounce that happened there. That being said, let me just see. They beat their last EPS expectations. 2025 revenue forecast was 1.6% year over year. Okay. 2026 EPS is a little bit better. It's quite oversold. Hitting massive technical support. You got a weekly chart divergence. You have a monthly or a daily chart divergence. Still could fall a little bit more in the monthly chart. Looks like it's trying to trend for this pivot, but I would have to favor a bounce before that pivot. I mean, it's into an area here where if you're wanting to try to take it on the long side using a tight stop loss, kind of a daily or even a weekly close below this little pivot zone here, not a bad area. Consensus, it's a little bit of a bullish bias on Wall Street, moderate buy. Price targets ranging from 83 to 126, so we're at the low range of the price. Average price target on the street is 103.94, so represents about a just over 19% upside. Let me see what its EPS is here. Yeah, it's pretty slow growth. It's just slow and steady, but definitely hitting a big weekly chart level. I wouldn't be surprised if you bounce here a little bit. That's a big moving average. Let me just throw up a monthly chart again. Let's see a fib level from this zone. So you're slicing through that fib. Let's go back down to COVID. Yeah, so I mean, it could still come a little bit lower. So if you are trying to take it on the long side, definitely how I would play this is if you got 1 or 2 daily closes, I would say 2 daily closes below this little bit of a reversal candle, you would stop out of the trade. But the bigger area looks like it's trying to trend for is this 8250 area. It's not a bad area. 8250 looks solid. Oops, PRMB. Another one that's in a heavy downtrend on your daily chart. So PRMB has exposure to the beverage market, specifically healthy hydration products. A lot of exposure to water market, Pure Life, Poland Spring, Primo. Market cap 8.31 billion, forward P 14.92. Analyst consensus is for about a $36 price target, which represents quite a bit more upside. 9 buys, 2 holds, 1 sell. Goldman Sachs rating is neutral with a $25 target. Net income roughly 48.1 billion, cash flow 1 billion. Its forecast through 2028 is a compounding annual growth rate of 8%. CEO transition, Robert Austin is taking a temporary leave. CEO Robert Wrightbrook will resume operational. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I mean, this one looks like it wants to sweep this COVID low. Or sorry, that's not COVID, that's just your 2024 low. I don't know what the heck that gap down was, but it looks like it wants to try to test that pivot. Another name that obviously is extremely oversold. You got a lot of volume that has been traded here. You got some divergences across the board. Monthly chart, though, it does suggest a little bit more downside in this ticker. Again, it's a bit of a value play, but I would say at least wait for a sweep of this area. But that is a big monthly reversal. That 2160, 2150 area. But wow, 1, 2, 3, 4 days, 4 months down in a row. Yeah, pretty filthy. Pretty filthy for sure. That's just from my perspective. Yeah, you're piercing through some massive areas here. Wow. Let me see where a point of control is. I'll take a look at Palantir in a second. Yeah, that's a heavy breakdown for this PRMB. Yeah, PRMB can still go lower. Let's look at PRGO for Peter. S&P is breaking down here a little bit into the end of the day. Nvidia is still curling, Dixie trying to push. All right, PRGO, over-the-counter self-care products, prescription drugs, pharmaceutical ingredients. It has a little bit of exposure to health, digestive remedies, vitamins, infant formulas, dermatology. Forward PE 6.68, market cap 2.86 billion. Consensus price target between 33 to 34, suggesting quite a bit of undervalued price here in such a heavy downtrend. No love. So it hasn't really started to form a stage 1 basing formation yet. You've just been trickling down. Short interest right now is roughly about 4.65%. Does pay a dividend, so that is a positive. It's got negative earnings and margin pressure, ongoing restructuring and asset sales, competitive over-the-counter market dynamics. Yeah, they need to really turn this around. This has been getting crazy sold into. I mean, the logical level it looks like it wants to retest is this major pivot. Looks like it wants to do a liquidity sweep of that 1870, but again, another one that just is getting extremely oversold. You got a monthly chart, positive divergence, but it just shows you how sometimes that divergence doesn't give you an A plus setup. You got to find other areas because this chart has just been grinding lower. And don't get me wrong, you're getting close to something here. You must be getting close to something. Yeah, look how tight this wedge pattern. I mean, once it breaks out of this wedge, you're going to have a fat short covering pump, dead cat bounce. It's getting close to the bottom of that range. Very tight falling wedge pattern. It's getting close to something here. It's getting very close. Are we into any gap zones here? Let me just look here. Yeah, you did have a weekly chart gap there. Let me just mark that on the chart. That's another little factor I like is, yeah, I wouldn't make too much of this move in SPY down. Honestly, I don't really see too much happening into the end of the day for SPY. It's looking like they're just keeping it choppy and pinned. The big move was this, and you've had a little bit of up and down move, but I don't expect anything to happen here. So yeah, PRGO might be ready for a bit of a dead cat bounce here, putting in a nice little high volume potential weekly doji. It is up on the session today, and you're retesting. You did sweep that little bottoming tail on volume. That was your earnings gap down, big resale. So it's into a level where I think it makes a little sense to try to take a bit of a dead cat bounce here. So that one could be ready for a little bit of a move up. But it's in a heavy downtrend, so just recognize that. But again, not a bad risk to reward area. Perhaps another month of downside would be ideal for me. You know, if you use this pivot here, pivot to pivot to pivot, you can see that perhaps there's a little bit more downside into that 1870. That would be that massive global financial crisis, major pivot low collapse. Pretty incredible to see some of these stocks where they're trading, right? But if you're wanting to take it on the long side, again, another one that you just put a daily close below this area, 1 or 2 day stop loss on a daily close, and you stop out of this trade. But not a bad area. Lower priced equity, good enough to take some common shares in this vicinity in hopes for a dead cat bounce. You could probably pop back up to 25 bucks, back to the high of this range. Let's look at MKZR for Peter, and then we'll look through some of the other ones here. MKZR at the moment, Mackenzie Realty Capital, real estate finance company focused on originating and managing a diversified portfolio of credit investments. Includes first lien mortgages, mezzanine financing, short-term bridge loans, investment in residential and small multifamily properties. EPS minus 17.16, small dividend yield, actually a pretty big dividend yield. Lower volume name, so I can't really trade it. It's in a heavy downtrend. A little bit of a recent buyer activity. Does have negative earnings, so that's a bit of a problem. Tough company to get behind. I mean, tough one to get behind. I can't really do much with that. Too little volume for me. You know, you get these big moves, but this stock is a stock that gets diluted, sold into at every single pop. Whole swing. All right, let's look at Aves was looking at Palantir. No problem, Peter. No problem. PLTR. I see an uptrend channel that is retesting the low edge but looks bullish. Let's see. Yeah, so Palantir right now is structurally still okay on the daily chart. Backing and filling a little bit today. I wanted to see Palantir hold that 7-day moving average. The fact that we're getting rejected off of it. Technically, Palantir is an aggressive short here. If you were to recapture that 7-day moving average, which is sitting at 179.63, then you stop out of the trade. But technically, Palantir, it's a tough short because it's still trending above your 20 and 50. But it's losing the 7 today. So it's technically a little bit of an aggressive intraday short. Very tough one to short though. This is a lot of momentum, a lot of buyers, it's like a culty stock, right? It's got that government backing. Still expensive, very expensive PLTR. I think there's better shorts out there right now. It hasn't really made an extreme move, but technically losing that short-term 7-day, a little bit of momentum is being lost. But you look at the weekly trend, and I mean, weekly charts suggest you're pushing for probably new 52-week highs and new all-time highs in PLTR. Cabin say, what are you thinking for next week? We going back up to all-time highs, or is this head and shoulders going to dump us down further on SPY? Yeah, so SPY's holding steady. Let's look at the SPX because I have so many day trade lines on SPY, but they're very similar charts. So SPX has honestly, it's reacted quite well. It's reacted quite well. Considering the amount of, I guess, tariff headlines from Trump, considering there was a little bit of escalation with NATO and Russia, and Trump saying that he believes NATO should shoot down Russian jets if they're in their space, it's reacted quite well, S&P 500. I'm impressed. You know, the bulls yet again are defending price, and to be honest, I would love to see a weekly retest of the 7-week moving average on SPY, but it's not what I want. It's what's in front of us, and the market's holding technical structure. I mean, you sold off for 3 days right into your 20-day, and they bought it up with fierce. I mean, we accumulated several long positions on this dip. We were buyers of about, I think, 8 or 10 different stocks over the last couple days. Specifically, off of yesterday's dip, we were buying in full force. That being said, there's still a lot of stocks you can short, but typically with the indices pushing, and I think there's a strong chance that they can still push. What I'm thinking next week is what happens, and maybe we even see it today. I mean, there's only 18 minutes left, but next week I think what's going to happen is you're going to see the S&P try to push through the 7-day moving average. Okay? You need to watch for a potential intraday rejection. As long as the S&P next week pushes through the 7-day and holds, then we can push to new all-time highs. If you push through the 7-day moving average next week and get slapped down intraday, that's a bit of a problem. But the market is holding steady, and considering with what crude has done, considering with what yields, considering the tariff headlines, we're climbing the wall of worry yet again, and markets are trending. Still in a very strong uptrend. We're still in a raging bull. We haven't even got a lower high yet, or a lower low. You can still see high, higher high, low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. That's a strong daily chart uptrend. So we haven't broken. I do see the head and shoulders forming, and there's always a potential. Right now we're sitting inside of a nasty hourly chart reversal wick. We're back testing this rather large upsloping wedge pattern, so I see it. But again, we haven't triggered it. And sure, you can chop around here for quite a long time. We could easily revisit the neckline, and they could bounce it, then revisit the neckline. But you want to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt because they're still defending price. And today, when we look at, again, that broad market, RSP, nice recovery as well. Look at RSP. RSP is basically trading just above that 7-day. So you're seeing a little bit more strength coming back into the entire market. XLK is your weak spot. XLC is slightly weak. Financials are retesting that 7-day, looking a little bit better. Energy is participating, breaking out on the daily. Utilities are breaking out on the daily. Staples have been weak, but trying to find a little bit of near-term support at this lower boundary range pattern. Utilities are breaking out on the daily chart. You look at XLI. XLI, a little bit mixed here. What about AppLovin? This thing is ridiculous. Looks like it wants to break out to new all-time highs. Yeah, AppLovin is just a monster. I'm just going to take a seat here. I hate AppLovin. I lost money on it, shorting it, but nevertheless, let's take a peek at it. Yeah, AppLovin is just a monster. I think it's setting up for a 3-bar surge next week. You have this green candle, this green candle, a nice blow-off move next week would be an ideal area, I think, to fade it a little bit, but just crazy, right? Unrelenting strength. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive weeks of upside buy pressure. You look at this weekly inverse head and shoulders, that's one of the main reasons it's so strong, but you take that measured move of that weekly inverse head and shoulders, and we have fulfilled it to the upside. So it has completed the measured move of the weekly inverse head and shoulders breakout pattern. It's fulfilled the entire upside move. That being said, I would like to see it consolidate. It doesn't guarantee a sell-off because it's completed the move. It just needs some digestion. But even still, it hasn't been giving really much digestion. It's outperforming the market. Tough stock. And you think about the inclusion into the S&P 500. That's just adding extra fuel. Obviously, we've seen stocks that get included into the S&P 500. Typically, they get sold into. But naturally, if the SPY and S&P continues to rise, it's also going to catch a bit of a bid. We are seeing a little bit of weakness creeping into financials here into the close. Seeing JP Morgan sell off a little bit. Strong day for Duolingo. Strong week for Duolingo. Look at that Duolingo chart, guys. Stunning. Absolutely stunning move on Duolingo. Beautiful. I mean, talk about a chart that has got some serious upside momentum to it and could run. A strong day for Lulu, trying to recover after it saw a bit of a dip yesterday. Still seeing some accumulation. Let's look at UPS. UPS trying to find a bit of a potential double bottom. Let's look at Constellation Brands. STZ still a weak stock down here, but still a bit of a value play that long term I think it'll make a lot of sense. Smith and Weston, again, another chart that's looking like it's trying to break out. It had a breakout earlier in the week on Tuesday, got slapped down with market weakness, now pushing right back up. SWBI is ready to fire. Bull flag clean above the 200. Break and base above that 200 looks super duper clean. Adobe getting ready to run. Really solid recovery on VST. Look at that VST bounce. Back test of a previous pivot high. Weekly 7 moving average. Time to explode. This was a name that we bought at the dip yesterday. Quality company, VST. We issued the options trade to members off that 197, piercing the 50, the 20, and those calls are printing quite nicely. Quite nicely. Meta continues to struggle in the session. Tesla's still ragingly strong. Carvana's weak. Let's see what else we got going on. Bit of a bounce in MSTR, back above 308. Should have picked up some shares when I thought. AI down 1%. Final 10 minutes here in the tape. So one new position bought today in the longer term portfolio, investing portfolio, common shares. And then we picked up today 3 new options trades. One ticker we've traded pretty frequently, 2 brand new tickers that we haven't traded in a long time. Your dollar's still near the lows. Crude oil softening up a little bit. SPY is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. You're seeing financials starting to come in here into the close. JP Morgan breaking down. XLF seeing some sell side pressure. Bank of America coming in. Regional banks are holding steady. Let's look at the IWM. IWM seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Apple looking a little bit bearish here into the close. Google going through a bit of sell side pressure into the close. Amazon seeing some sell side pressure into the close. Meta trying to stabilize. Tesla. What is Tesla doing here? Tesla holding steady, coming in slightly. Nvidia trying to push here into the close. So you're seeing some of that capital rotating out of your other growth names in semiconductors, but it's flowing right into Nvidia. Right into Nvidia. Hard selling in your financials here into the close. They're really taking JPM down, WDC, selling that off a little bit. They're selling off Western Digital a little bit. Selling off Oklo a little bit. Quantum stocks stabilize. Big Bear AI down 6% today. Anyone buying the dip on LAC? I'm tempted. I was tempted to buy this dip on LAC today, but that gap fill is just looking too obvious. 605. Let's look at how this better stock is doing. The options chain opened for BETR today, so there's now tradable options in this ticker. We'll see what happens with that. Stellar day for Ford today, trying to break out. Not really successful. IREN trying to bounce just a little bit. A-Lab has had a really, really awful week. A-Lab down this week 19.8%. I have a really strong buy level, but it needs to go a little bit lower. Let's look at rig. After rig gap down, it's trying to be defended a little bit. Rigetti down. What's this DNNN doing? That's still strong at the highs. Cypher, another down day. Let's look at Wolf. S&P getting bid right back up. So they're defending and gave a nice breakout back test of the previous range on EXEL. That name is still trying to firm up here. Look at utilities, guys. Utilities are one of the best performing sectors this week. If you don't have any exposure to utilities, I highly suggest you quickly look in the last 5 minutes of the trading day because utilities look like they're going to continue to surge next week. Very, very strong momentum behind XLU. Weekly chart, daily chart momentum. Utilities are poised for a continuation move higher. There's quite a lot of quality companies. Again, typically utilities will rally if we're expecting some choppy price action in the market. You've seen that little bit of a correlation diverge a little bit this year, but typically that correlation does hold true. But utility stocks look very strong, so XLU is certainly on pace for a continuation move into next week. At least that's what it looks like. So we'll see if that is the case. I personally like PEG as a utility play. There's still quite a few others. You just bought Micron for a long, MU. So just be careful with Micron, Caleb. I'm actually short Micron, full disclosure. My average is sitting here 163.11. I'm short common shares. So Micron could bounce here back to its 7-day. But yeah, it's still an expensive stock. It does have momentum, but we could be on watch for a failed all-time high breakout here on MU. And they say if a pattern fails, you often get a really big move down in the opposite direction. So I guess that's what makes a market, but I am short Micron. It is trying to be defended here. Obviously, Micron still kind of trades with the market, sitting right on a point of control zone here. You're in a 172.50 October 17th call. That's aggressive. That's very aggressive. But hey, 172.50, you're looking for another 10% move to the upside in roughly just over 2 weeks of trading. It's aggressive. You would need a massive surge in semiconductors in the markets. You would need a news-based event to pop it that much. I mean, I don't see Micron heading to 172.50 in 2 weeks. I think Micron's going to chop around here. Maybe it pushes up to your 7-day moving average, but I think you might get pinned. You're probably going to have other semiconductors try to take leadership. You look at AMD. AMD's been chopping in this very tight range. It's gone through much more consolidation than Micron. We'll see what happens. We will see. It's getting a nice candle right now. Fat candle to the upside. Nvidia is getting a big push. Pretty much the whole entire market is getting a nice push to the upside here. Seeing Webull, nice surge here into the close. Really big surge on Webull. VST guys, getting a really big surge here into the close. New highs of the session. I like it. I like it a lot. Nvidia ripping, Dixie near the lows, Tesla ripping above 440. Pushing. Oclo still down 7. And we got final 28 seconds here left in the tape. And you had a really big monstrous push in Nvidia. There's the IWM getting a push. Not as much as the S&P, but it is trying. Trying. All right, guys, that is the market session. I will have more analysis and videos over the weekend. So members, look out for those. There's a lot of new trades that we'll discuss. We'll discuss some more of the macro of the market. But great trading week. I appreciate all the support, and we will see everybody over the weekend and next week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Take care.